One right after
We
the
have
other.
nearly a full house. Hi, Connie. Okay, good. And we're running a little late. It's 3 minutes after 4. Welcome, everyone, to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is Tuesday, October 11th at 4:03 approximately. Present at today's meeting is virtually everyone: Val Oliver, Diane Coombs, Abby Camp, Ray Pohl, Stephen Welch, Carrie Thornwell, and sorry, I need to get your last name, dearie. Connie Patton. Thank you. No Jesse, right? Not online? Okay, didn't figure. Okay.
He's in Bermuda.
Oh, he's in Bermuda. For all of you in the audience, a few quick things. Mute your cell phone, and if you're going to use any recording device for any portion of the meeting, let us know in advance. Thank you. Okay, so can I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda? Thank you very much, Diane. We can do roll call. Hey, okay. So all those in favor, regular board, of Diane's motion to approve the agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Good, thank you. Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay, any commissioner, I'm sorry, first thing. Is a discussion and vote. Now, I gave this consideration and I actually did read your memorandum, Diane.
Okay.
Let me just give you something here. Letter to the select board discussing reinstating remaining advisory boards recently decommissioned.
Right.
Which is all well and good, and I've got a lot of notes on that I'd like to share. However, I think a lot of the text that you wrote had to do with seceding from the from Plus, which wasn't really noticed, and I think that should be considered a separate
And that is
item.
definitely considered a separate thing. All we're doing tonight is asking to be reestablishing the
Okay.
advisory.
So, all right, thank you. So everyone, just so that we're clear, the draft memo that Diane issued to us all last Tuesday, we're going to take a portion of that portion being reinstating of the advisory boards. And I would love to hear all of your opinions on that particular subject. Diane, did you have anything that you wanted to say in advance or?
Other than what I already wrote to you all, requesting, I've talked to town council.
Mhm.
He will help us word it in any way that we need to get through to the select board. And he's been very helpful, very helpful.
Good, great.
And we would just need to say what we need to say, what we want, which is to reestablish the advisory boards and why we're reestablishing them, which is help for us, that everything that they do is finalized by us. It isn't just put to them and that's it. It all
Them
comes-
meaning the select board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, but we, the HDC, still approve or disapprove of any application. We don't take Hashab's word and not see it again. We see it, we are the ones who pass it, so we're the ones responsible for it.
Which, by the way, just to say, that is actually always been the practice.
Yeah,
Always.
but somehow it got,
Yeah, I know. Council said something about, us relinquishing our responsibility to them, which is certainly
right,
not
which
the
is
case.
not true, and we
Yeah.
had a little chat about that, so.
Yeah.
He seemed willing to listen, and working with him, it's a good thing to do.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you for that. So board members, and I'm going to include all of our 2 associate members in this conversation. Any thoughts that you all might have regarding this proposal, let me know. Let us know.
Right now?
Yeah, I
think it's a good
if you're
idea.
prepared.
I think it's a good idea. I do think staff needs help in then administering to the advisory boards. Because I think with the number of applications and having us and 2 or 3 different advisory boards, it gets very like time consuming and complicated for staff.
But I always thought
so I think-
I always thought the advisory committee took what they wanted to. I never thought.
Well, they need to be open public law
Yeah,
meetings
so I
and
think
all
the
that sort of
practice, and
stuff. So
Holly
it's
can
like
speak to this,
extra-
I think the practice has been that Holly is attending all those meetings.
Right.
Is that, am I saying that correctly? No.
Pre-COVID, no, but there was a staff member. I can tell you when John Hedden was here, he would go to those meetings, not all the time.
Okay.
The biggest functionality of it is those boards need to be published. So posted, meaning open meeting law requirements. That means the members in the committee also have to meet open meeting law. And you all know, since COVID, we have been also on Zoom, giving the public the affordability to Zoom in from all over in the world. That is a part of that staff is involved with as well. Some committees are able to handle that portion without staffs, and some are not. But again, at the end of the day, creating the agendas, posting them and all that, making sure that those are, the functionality is taken care of.
When they were established and regularly met, it was always on the town agenda list for
Yes.
HACCP,
Oh,
and
yeah, it was
because I printed
noticed,
it out.
needed to be.
Yeah,
Yes,
and it was as
correct.
public as you could get.
So, but I just want to go back to Carrie's
Yeah,
point, which I believe, the
understand that.
point is certainly for me well taken, which is Carrie's assertion is that reinstating the advisory boards is essentially giving, increasing the workload for staff.
Right,
Fair to
But
say?
decreasing the
Right.
workload for us.
right.
Well, yeah, that's the ideal, that's what the
supposed to-
advisory boards are supposed to be doing.
Right.
Yes, Holly, please.
I do want to mention, not for nothing, but previously you never had a preservation planner. You do have a preservation planner, and I review
Correct.
pretty much everything in the old historic districts, outside the old historic districts, infill as much as possible. And as you all know, any comments that we receive from the public is provided to you all. We do appreciate those comments that we do receive. So not for nothing, you do have technical staff that spends about 70% of her time on HDC.
No,
Thank
we
you,
pre-
Holly.
So
we
I just
appreciate
wonder if the
those.
process gets looked at.
Hang on,
Yeah, one at a time.
Carrie,
Sorry.
had you
No, no, no.
concluded? Sorry.
Yeah,
Yes,
So
Abby?
because I didn't quite understand what Carrie said about how much staff takes, how much time does staff take looking at the advisory board comments or?
Well, I think the point is they're the same logistical issues just to get the advisory boards meeting with proper notice and all that they would do for our board.
Yeah, I got,
Excuse me, one of the things I said early on was to mute your
I
phone.
think it's John McLaughlin calling in.
Oh, that's not you, Linda? I'm sorry. Well, it's just somebody's
Oh, no.
phone. It's not
So
mine.
I just wanted
So
to,
go ahead.
I didn't quite understand what Carrie meant by the staff taking up time with the advisory boards, because I think the advisory boards are important.
I don't,
No,
I
I
think
wasn't
they're
suggesting, I
important
don't
too,
think she
for
was
sure.
suggesting that, that they were unimportant, just that we have to take into account the fact that staffing is required to have all these boards functioning properly.
And so then my question is, how much time do they spend? Yeah,
Yeah.
but, no, I'm, yeah, thank you.
It's not as hard as it sounds, like you're making it all seem. I had a system going. As long as I had my big agenda done and I color coded, It took me 10 minutes at the most to type up the HSAB, MAB, SAB, and SAC and send them off. So no, it doesn't take a lot of time.
Okay.
It's more getting yourself organized. As for what Holly does, then that's more work because she has to decipher and dissect those comments and make sure she does her, what she does.
Mhm.
Mr. Chair,
I
I would
have a
just
question,
would want
yeah.
to say the biggest thing is making sure that the meetings are posted, which obviously is staff time, and then making sure that they're run efficiently. There are, like I said, there are some boards that were able to handle the Zoom really well, but often go, they were able to make sure they could record it, because that's another big thing. It's not just a matter of being in a Zoom, you have to make sure it's recorded. And then staff, we took the time to send that request to have it posted on the website so everybody in the world can watch it. It's just the point of the matter is it takes a little bit of staff time here and there. The biggest thing, I will say this, without having the advisory boards right now and any of those advisory comments that we're receiving, it's the same process that I've been doing when I receive them. I was with them, and I think we had some members here today, with those particular boards throughout COVID when we were, in Zoom all the time. I did over a year ago stop doing that and sitting in with the Zooms because it was taking time out of me to do other functions for the town as well as the HDC. So as long as the functionality is there, that is obviously receptive. And again, I take the comments that anybody provides and make sure that you all receive a copy of them and they're deliberated as well. Again, it's just making sure that open meeting law is done and that people that are in the open meeting law, in those meetings know that they're a public meeting, that they don't have to necessarily be there, but that comments obviously are provided to you all through staff.
Okay, thank you. Stephen?
Yeah, I'd like to get a clearer picture. I don't know if we do that here at this moment. I think we can vote on a concept without it, but as opposed to just kind of sitting here and thinking and responding, I'd like to get a list of what's involved and how much time is involved by the different staff members. Getting, Esme said that, it's not difficult to type up the agendas once you're organized, but what's involved with getting every agenda organized? How much of the Zoom setup, how much time is involved in setting up Zoom meetings? How much time is direct involvement, if any, with a particular group? I understand different groups have different requirements in terms of the amount of assistance they need. How much of any time is, for lack of a better word, auditing the meeting to make sure that there's observance of open meeting law, that it's being recorded, that there aren't technical difficulties, that if there are, they're being addressed. And also the kind of unsung, but probably time involved is communications with the individual groups. I'd like to have a more comprehensive picture so that when we make a recommendation, we can include the support that may be necessary, as opposed to just saying, well,
Right.
when we get to the detailed point. I think now we can, if we want to go for it, we can, on the general concept, we can vote
Right,
to support. Please, Diane. We can vote to support them, vote to support the concept. But I think that if we're going to do this properly, we should be looking at what is actually involved. This isn't bumper sticker type management, where, the easy is never simple. That's why it's an easy button, not a simple button. And, to make it easy, we need to dig into what the details are so we can have a comprehensive look at it. It may turn out that it takes staff 10 minutes to put together a list, and the list is that it takes an hour a week. Great, we know that. But if we're going to get involved in the level of managing or determining how to manage staff, which is what I seem to be hearing, I think, we all need to be aware that we need to be involved first in understanding every aspect of what staff does and every aspect of the time involved. And I think that that's an important consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Can I
Yes, you may.
First
Go
of
ahead.
all, what I have asked in here is that the advisory boards be reestablished as they were specifically, not going through all the thing, to reestablish them to work as they were. Same amount of people, same amount of time, same amount of everything. Then, as it goes along and before town meeting, we can see if that is working, it has to be changed or whatever. But I believe coming into this winter, just looking like at this agenda, I'm not trying to change anybody's responsibilities, what they're doing. I'm just trying to make it go back to what it was so we can get through until another time to look at it. I'm not asking, very clearly, I'm not asking for changing the way it was done. It seemed to work pretty well for at least the time I knew about it, going through smoothly thing. We got the responsibility, we got the report. They didn't complain about the amount of time. And Holly's addition and statements when a thing came up that wasn't covered by one of the advisory boards was necessary, and she puts in her advice and they put in their advice, and it's up to us to take the mixture of devices, but we shouldn't pick it apart now. Now we should just ask to get it reinstated, and
Right.
that's as it was, that was
Right.
said.
So
That's
I
all.
just want to be clear, when Stephen was making his comments, he did say this isn't necessarily something that
Yeah.
needs to be this first step, but it is something that needs to be considered. And
It's-
so it's not going to necessarily muck up the works for the short term. Abby, yes.
Yeah, I think, just to keep things going, I don't think making a whole new policy of how things are gonna be run, with PowerPoints, I agree with Diane that we wanna get it up and running as fast as possible, and I think that the combination of Holly and the advisory boards give us that extra well-rounded picture of whatever the application is historically, architecturally, and I don't know how to say this, but I heard that sometimes there's snarkiness, so maybe we could cross that out, but maybe there would be, I am talking about some loose rules, but I don't want to hold it up making a whole new thing that we write up and vote on. I think,
I want to go again, please,
Okay.
because
Go ahead, Stephen.
it seems like when I speak about process, I get these rebuttals that recharacterize my comments. I've not suggested a PowerPoint presentation. I think, getting into rules about being snarky were comments that we had heard in public meetings about different advisory groups. Those are valid points to bring up before we reinstitute these groups.
Correct.
It doesn't require a PowerPoint. Neither does it require redefining and recalibrating and rebuilding these groups. None of that is part and parcel of what I asked for, which is information to determine what's involved. If you run an organization, I would suggest to you, Diane, that you want to understand what the organization is doing.
I do understand.
Well, actually,
Hang on.
I don't necessarily believe that's the case based on the letter that I read. I think that it's not I think it's valid and reasonable to ask for additional information. And I will stress one more time that I'm not suggesting that this needs to hold up voting on the concept.
Understood.
Thank you.
I should have done this earlier, but anybody in the room here to speak on this? Come on up, Kevin.
Hi, my name is Kevin Kuster. I'm speaking for myself. I am on the SAC, and I'll keep it real short. I just want to say, I think it's really unfortunate that you have to deal with this, because they've been working quite well as far as I can tell, and I think the information that you've been getting has been very helpful. And there seems to be a lack of transparency as to why we're even here talking about this. And I thank you for staying involved, and I thank you for encouraging it moving forward, but it's just unfortunate that this has to take so much time. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Could we make a simple vote
Yeah, we can.
today saying, asking that the existing boards be reinstated as they were as quickly as possible? Nothing else. We'll do all the studies that are necessary. We don't, it is a short-term thing. It doesn't have to go on for 10 years, It doesn't have to go on for 3 months, but I think it's important, so I would make that motion. And let's
So that's, the motion is to draft. a
have
le-
you write a
Draft a
letter
letter to the SB.
asking for the advisory boards be reinstated as they existed for the short term.
I'll second that.
I'm just thinking, I'm making sure that that's the right language, because as they were done before, we now know from town council that we don't have the power to.
Right,
do
but
the
we're
advi-
asking
So we're
them,
asking the select board to do it for us.
right,
Okay.
and
All
they
right,
do
so
have
just
the
as long
power.
as we understand that.
Yeah, we
little
have to
piece
add
of it.
that.
Okay, all right, so that is Diane's motion. I think it's fairly simple. All those in favor of Diane's motion, and this is, by the way, Terry, the regular board will be voting on this just to keep it official. All those in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thanks, everybody. And to be, Lucy, did you have something to say on the subject? All right, well, go ahead. I haven't written the letter yet, as you know, so go ahead.
Okay, Lucy.
We're
Ball.
officially closed, but go ahead.
I was a member of HSAB prior, but anyway, I would like to say that, and I'm speaking for myself, that we tried to make the job for you guys easier. I mean, I look at this agenda, it's
We do
painful.
too. Yeah.
And it could be cut down a lot if applications that when they were submitted were complete. We notice a lot, for instance, just a simple thing of the dates of the historic structures downtown. But enough on that. But to reinstate the groups in the future, I feel strongly that the HDC should be determining the members of the advisory groups. The select board members do not have any experience, or do not have the experience that you do in architectural history or preservation.
Thank you. And just an FYI, so the word that came back when the select board did review this the first time around was that they would defer to us.
Yeah.
So they're like perfectly willing to cooperate on that score.
Yeah, it's one less thing.
And
for them to
it's
do.
something we're kind of insisting on.
Good.
Thank you, Lucy. All right, very good. Thank you, everyone, for that. And
Write a letter.
let's see, yeah.
I can help you.
Okay, great. I'm going to get out my quill pen. Any commissioner comments at this time? Any public comment at this time?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to share with the commission and the public that may have heard, but the Preservation Institute Nantucket just celebrated their 50th year on Nantucket, and yours truly is one of their 700 alums. There was about 50 or 60 people that came from all over that were alums that got to celebrate this past weekend, and they also dedicated the Sherburne Hall down on Center Street
Yeah.
to the Walter Beinecke Center for Preservation. I just wanted to pass that along, and it was a great event. I got to meet people from all walks of life that have gone on in different aspects of the world of architecture and preservation. So
That's really great. Love that building, by the way. I think we all do. Thank you, Holly. Okay, folks, we got some signs here. Would anybody like to, Esme, are you going to walk us through these, or?
I will.
Okay.
Per the applicant's request, Nantucket is to be held till next week, possible.
That's both of them, obviously.
sir.
Okay, all right.
I'll
yeah.
make that motion.
Okay, the motion is to hold the two Nantucket applications till when?
Next week.
Next week, till next week. That's Abby's motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now we're to our Chestnut Street
The
sign.
sign council did meet this morning for the first time after their brief hiatus, and per their recommendations, they requested to hold us for revisions.
All of
All
them,
of them.
all of them. Okay.
I'll make that motion.
All right, so Diana's made a motion to hold all of the Signal Investment Partners signs on Chestnut Street as per sign advisory. All those in favor of Diane's motion? Say
Aye.
aye. Any opposed? Very good. Now we are to consent, from which Val, Carrie need to recuse. Anyone else? That looks like it. Okay, so Connie, if you sit in, we have a full board. How does that sound? Okay, any questions, comments on consents?
Can I ask, I just couldn't find it.
Hmm.
Where is Sandplain Drive?
Sandplane?
Yeah,
Richmond.
Oh,
was that one in one of the areas? No wonder I couldn't find it.
well,
Richmond land.
that doesn't make any sense because they're all supposed to be flowers. All
Yes.
the roads are flowers and Sandplane is not a flower.
I think there's a sand flower cultivar.
I
Okay.
don't think there are any flowers growing.
So does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's funny, they're extending the driveway because all those driveways are sort of pre-set. Anyway, I couldn't find it because I didn't know where it was, so I kind
It's
of,
out in the Sand Plains.
yeah, it's gonna be somewhere.
Should we have a motion on this?
I'll make,
Yes, I'll make a motion,
Okay,
approve the consent agenda.
okay. Abby has made a motion to approve the consent agenda on which Connie is sitting and Val and Carrie are recused. On Abby's motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, there we go. Consent. New business, you know what? I know. Let the record reflect that Jesse has joined us. Thank you, Jesse. Okay. I think you all remember Linda Williams from years ago.
Oh, it's been so long.
You've been away on vacay.
New
Been on
Hampshire,
vacay.
looking at trees.
it's his
Rock.
birthday, her birthday,
No,
today.
Okay.
happy birthday.
Thank you.
Whose birthday?
It's her birthday today.
Oh, Linda.
It's always an HDC day.
Shall we sing?
No, the
She's already been
CPC already
sent to
did
watch-
that to me this morning. We can avoid that now.
We do a wicked barbershop quartet, or quintet in our case.
This
Oh,
was on
okay.
consent. Abby pulled it off. She didn't understand something about it, but it's pretty simple. It's between subdivision on Bayberry, corner of Bayberry and
Tacoma.
Tacoma. Yeah, Jenkins. And she, no, this is Jenkins. And,
Oh, right, this graphic in the back,
Yeah.
this sort of red line thing.
and we're gonna run the gate across from the garage, which is on the site plan, and then down the property line because the neighbor wants that separation as well.
So, Linda,
Yes.
this is obviously a subdivided piece,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
And you got this sort of skewed property line, and you're running a, what appears to be a 5-in-1 board fence along the middle portion of it, ending at the garage on one side.
Yeah, with a
and
gate
kind of
across.
ending more or less at the middle of the pool on the other side, correct?
Yep. And you
Okay.
can't see it. You can't see it from Bayberry, and you can't see it from
Is that
Tacoma.
just because of vegetation?
Vegetation, she hasn't cut anything. Vegetation and the fact that it's angled away from the street, and we're leaving the vegetation along the street and
Okay.
replacing it as well. And there's a gate across it. So it's difficult to see anything beyond the garage.
All right, thank you, Linda.
natural to weather.
Yeah. Thank you for coming in on your birthday to explain.
It's been Zooming
He's-
meetings
she's
all
got a
day.
Bunch of stuff.
Okay, so comments from
I
the
have one.
board.
I know
Yes.
this property well. It was formerly my friend's property before they moved off island. I would just ask that there is some sort of vegetation maintained on the property on the side of the existing house.
And Linda, you've been down this road
Down
before.
Jenkins's house itself.
Right, it's
Yeah.
a good neighbor policy to have vegetation in
Just to
front.
split up the
Right.
unrelenting wall of wood.
Oh, she's
Right.
happy there's a wall of wood.
I think what caught my eye, Linda, was that it was it's 75 feet long and it's tall and so I think Val's suggestion of vegetation on the other side.
The outside.
The good
Yeah,
neighbor
yeah,
side.
Yeah.
Yeah, the good
The
neighbor
good
side.
neighbor.
And it's a double-sided fence too, so there's no brackets.
Is it a 5-in-1 or?
5-in-1.
Yeah. Any other comments on this application?
Yeah, our
Yes.
guidelines is that the vegetation would be one plant, a vining plant at minimum every other section.
Okay,
Every other section.
every other section.
I mean,
What are
that
they-
doesn't prohibit more vegetation, I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
and just keep in mind, she's not taking any of her vegetation down. She's got her driveway right in the front part of it.
Right, but as regards, so her vegetation on her side of the fence is her deal.
Yeah.
And what we're looking for is the good neighbor stuff on the other side of the fence.
That's fine.
The neighbor's side.
So every,
So at a minimum,
Yeah,
we'll
every
we'll
eight-
do Stevens' minimum amount of vegetation.
that's fine.
Every post?
Every other
every other
bay,
section.
correct? That's the way it's worded.
Climate hydrangea is usually very successful.
Yeah, truly. Okay, anything else? I think we can craft a motion from that.
I will,
Thank you.
and I wrote it on here, Exhibit
Rock. Okay.
A. Motion to approve with vegetation, every other section on the neighbor side
Mm-hmm.
per Exhibit A.
Right. Okay, there's Val's motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, very
And
good. Thank
just so you
Linda.
know, all the Mariner Way, which is coming up in a couple, are being put over to next week
Oh,
because we met with Holly and we're
Praise the
making the
Lord.
changes to the plans.
oh, gosh, you just made my night.
Yes, I know you did. I did.
Right. So thanks, Linda. Okay, Stephen, you're going to be chairing a couple of old business items here, if you have an applicant or representative.
Do we?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, Chris is here.
Maybe your phone?
Hey, good evening, Chris.
Fine.
It was the water, there really is water somewhere.
Who's manning the Zoom? Do we have the other agent, Dennis? Do you know?
Yes, Dennis is on.
Yeah, I got it, thanks, Phil. Dennis is on?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great, thank you, just want to clarify that.
Yeah.
Who would
I'll
like,
let Chris speak, obviously.
sure.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I just
Linda.
really quickly, I've just noticed that for some reason these 3D type of drawings are being shown. I don't know why that was submitted with the application, but if possible, I'd just like to scroll down and ignore those, just because it's inconsistent with the trim. Thank you. Okay, so just a quick refresher on this project. It's a primary, a secondary, and a tertiary dwelling on 60 Meadowview. This is for the cottage hospital for employee housing. I think the big sticking point last meeting was the location of of the primary, the secondary, and the tertiary dwellings. What we're looking at right now would be the primary dwelling, which we still do have located on the back part of the property. The secondary will still be in the middle, and the tertiary is on the front. I think there was a viewing that was called, so We did put some pictures together as far as on Meadowview, as for what the actual properties that are on the front that are bordering the tertiary dwelling itself, on the ranch in the front. On this dwelling, this is the primary. I think the main concerns on this were it was originally gable facing. We turned it, we made it eve facing. I think the comment was to have a 4-bay eve facing plan, which is what we did. We reduced the height to 27 feet 8 inches in height. This will be the tallest structure. We changed the front door to a more cottage style door with a 6-pane door with a 1x6 and a 1x8 on the top of it. There's also a comment about the eave and the fascia, the rake details. I tried to clean that up the best that I could, trying to get better at it. But that was the initial changes on this one. So I kind of highlighted the entire building just because it changed so much. I assumed that was the best way to do it. And then finally, it was the window sizes. I just went up one size on all the windows as far as the front was facing.
And Chris, I think you provided a PowerPoint that would be helpful for people to see the neighborhood who didn't get to view.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Yes, so there's at least these photos for the PowerPoint. I don't know if a video made it, but hopefully these should help as far as being able to see some of the vegetation that was taken, along with just, I know that was one of the concerns, was as far as the clearing was concerned. The actual lot is pretty clear as far as the middle is concerned itself too. And you can kind of see here just a lot of the ranches that are on the street, which was the reasoning we put the smallest structure on the front and then kind of staggered it back to the secondary and then eventually the primary dwelling. So hopefully this helps for the visual. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything Dennis would like to add at this point?
No, to the point though, as you're viewing this, you'll see the vegetation. We did keep that vegetation, and we're looking to maintain, the natural growth along the front of the property, in the rear, as well as sides where available. That's the cleared lot that you're looking at currently. But as you see, you have the vegetation. Approximately where we're looking in from right now is where the driveway would be.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who would like to start?
I'll go.
Carrie?
I appreciate the location of the biggest building in the back, and I appreciate the parking the way it is with the tertiary dwelling hiding a lot of the parking. I think it's fine. I think the front door area could just use something. I don't know if it's just a railing on the stoop deck or what, but just something to give it a little oomph. But other than that, I think it's fine.
Okay, thank you. Who's up?
Can I ask Terry what she meant by, which elevation?
On the front
On
elevation?
the largest building?
Yep. Yeah,
So-
so there's something, maybe just a little railing around the stoop, that's it.
So, yeah, just to be clear, this one?
Yep.
Thank
Not
you.
a make or break.
Want to continue, Abby?
Well, okay, thank you. Right, so I think I was the one that wanted you to make it less formal, but now it looks really simple. But I do, I don't know, I agree with Carrie. I think we could, it just needs something. What is it? I don't know. Maybe it's a trellis. I don't know, something around the front door to give it a little zha-zha boom.
Maybe the old front door? The trim?
Right, no, well, anyway, thank you for the changes. Thank you for making the windows bigger and changing the orientation. I think that's great. And those other things I appreciate. Thank you.
Diane?
Yep. I don't know, I'm with Carrie with something on the front door. I don't know whether putting a little railing going down, but I would like to see something there that said, this is the front door. I don't know that the old door was more typical, perhaps, that goes with the style of the house rather than that one. So maybe I would go with the old or, it's about 27 feet, right? 27 something?
It's 27 feet, 8 inches.
Yeah. I don't know. The only other thing I could think of that might go along with what Abby was saying is maybe making the windows on the first floor instead of that D, is to make them what I got used to saying as a size, which is B, which is a little bit bigger, to give it some more breakdown between the first floor and the second floor. That might help, I'm not sure. I think shutters would be too much. So I appreciate it coming down in size, and it's not a bad house, it's just, it would be good where it is. That's kind of an important corner there from Somerset to Meadowview, and it goes around the corner, so you see the houses from all sides as you go around that corner. So that's all I say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Val?
I think we didn't get to see all the pictures of the houses in this end of Meadowview on this presentation. To see the variety of styles and the simplicity of styles, I think is very helpful. This corner is very vegetated. I think this is a simple Nantucket house. It's perfectly appropriate. And I think sometimes what happens with these plans is that there's this difference in line weight for some reason when we print these that draws your eye to these windows, and he did make them bigger. I think it's fine. Add railing to the front stoop and call it a day.
That's good.
Thank you, Val. I think I appreciate the changes. I think rotating it makes a big difference. I think that this is a shingle front facade. Yeah,
Yes.
just putting the formal frontispiece and the 6-panel door, it's like you're walking down Fair Street. It's a casual formal. It splits the difference. And it also brings into the vocabulary the vocabulary that's on the tertiary dwelling. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve through staff, making the front door like the first rendition with the more formal trim in a 6-panel and adding railing to the front stoop.
On the motion, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Next up.
Okay. Okay, this is the secondary structure. So I think this one was pretty good. The biggest changes that we made again were the front windows, making them taller along with wider. And I've cleaned up again the detail as far as the fascia was concerned. That was a little bit too formal as well. And again, the front door. So which, I think this one's a little more cottagey. So maybe the 6-pane looks more appropriate on this style, but happy to do whatever you'd like. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from Dennis?
No, I support what Chris stated. I think the trims around this one are better fit with this style that was modified to versus reverting back to the other trim similar to the rest.
Okay, thank you. Who'd like to start?
I will.
Go for it.
I appreciate the changes. I think it's appropriate. I would motion to approve.
Okay. Any other comments?
Nope, I'm with that.
Okay, on Val, you make a motion, please?
Oh, what are the colors?
Oh.
Does it say?
It's all natural to weather and white on the sash.
All of the houses on this?
They are.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Val?
Except for the front door. But that frontispiece around the front door is also gonna be natural to us? Or is that gonna be?
Mhm.
On this application?
Yeah.
This one doesn't have it.
This one has.
No, the older version did.
Oh, we're gonna keep this simple.
Yeah. I think that's Val's pending motion. I'm not sure. Hello,
We're gonna go
Val.
with the new front door or the old
That,
front
my
door?
motion is to approve as submitted.
Thank you. Val, Abby, would you like that further discussion?
Well, no, I was just, now I'm concerned about the one we just approved with the, you know, the trim around the,
The other house has it on, the one closest to the street has that, has the more formal frontage on a small structure, which
but
is
the one
pretty
we
striking.
just okayed in the back.
Is in the
with
back,
Well,
yeah.
that's the main house and
with
it's the
the
most formal.
trim
so it
around
makes
the-
sense.
Front door, that's gonna be natural to weather.
Yes.
Yeah. Can we please bring up, okay, well, let's do two things. One, let's dispense with this one because I think we can carry it.
Abby.
So, all in favor?
I,
Okay, any opposed? Okay, carries unanimously. Let's pick up the discussion on the doors under cover of the tertiary. So
Okay.
why don't we move on to that one and we'll look at the site plan and you can address Commissioner Camp's comments about the front door on the rear relative to being obstructed by the one in the front.
Okay, thank you.
Got it?
Sounds great.
Okay.
So, could I,
Can we go to the site plan, please, on the tertiary? Yeah, and then you can, Chris is going to answer your question about
Okay.
it. So this shows
there it is.
the rear dwelling
Yeah.
and the doors behind the front dwelling.
Yeah.
The tertiary.
So hopefully between the vegetation, it shouldn't be visible.
I just, so with it such an elaborate trim around the front door, I think you usually see that painted. I've never seen one natural to weather, have you? So, you have?
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
John McLaughlin has one.
You don't see it because it sort of disappears when it's natural.
Because I think that they're trying to keep it low maintenance, so they don't want to paint anything. What is the front door, Chris, gonna be?
Ooh,
Hamilton blue?
I think it's Hamilton blue. It is Hamilton blue.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
I'll go along.
Does that
with it.
address
Yeah,
kind of-
I haven't,
Yeah.
yeah.
Swing by John, so be happy to see you.
Would be.
Okay, can we move down to the, your presentation, Chris?
Yes, so the tertiary, I believe there were no changes that were asked for. I think this one just got held more for the location, to make
Right.
sure.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, would anyone else like to discuss before we take the motion?
I think the door trim on this should be simplified. I mean, we're talking about this formal on the tiniest little cottage. I'm a convert to the location of where the buildings are, and at first I didn't think that was right, but yeah, I would simplify this trim.
Okay. Anyone else?
I sort of,
Lunar effect?
I know, I actually think it's one of those weird things where this is so sweet that actually the bigger windows and the elaborate trim is actually making sense to me. I don't know why, but
Yeah.
it's working for me, so
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that.
okay. thank
Diane?
you.
I think Abby is right for catching that. Is what you're going to see as you go from Somerset to Meadowview, and it's very cute. It's not quite as simple, but the other ones are pretty far back as to comparison. So I don't know. I think that isn't bad at all.
Val? Thank you, Diane.
I made
I'm
a
not going to
motion-
comment. Go ahead.
I made a motion to approve.
Okay, yeah,
submitted.
I'm back to you, 'cause
Oh.
so you can do a formal motion.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously.
There we go.
Thank you for working with us.
No, thank you.
And Dennis.
We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, thanks,
Back to you, Mr.
Stephen.
Chair.
Uri, are you on for your pool?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, very good. So you got your regular board in front of you, 62 Hooper Farm Road Pool. Is this the one? where
So
it's-
I pulled this off of
This
consent.
is in the front.
And it
on the
simply
road.
had to do with the fact that it's A, in the front, and B, it's a very tall fence and there are no tall fences on the street, even though it's behind a hedge. So I was going to suggest perhaps like a 5-foot board fence with nothing on the top behind the hedge might be more appropriate.
Yeah, I was trying to do 6 foot so it's less visible, but we can do 5 feet if that's fine.
What
just
did,
doesn't
what did you just
exist
say,
anywhere.
Uri?
Yeah, I was saying, for some reason, this application electronic is not showing the right plan, but there was submitted a plan that shows the fence that should be 6 foot fence. Of course, all the hedges that are there existing, those will be there, and they will be infilled with, the little gate will be infilled that you see there in the middle, and then behind it will be a 6-foot fence.
Is there any?
And as Val said, if 5-foot fence will be enough, we can go with that.
And it's a rather big pool and it's smack in front of the house, and that was
Yeah.
my other concern.
It's,
So Abby, to that point, it says remove gate and add privet. See how they've infilled the little bit there? So he's closing up that aperture. However,
I can start.
Is there any merit to bringing the fence all the way back to like the garage? Because you can see when you're coming on Surfside Drive into this driveway and across the yard. It's wide open.
It is wide open.
yeah, I mean, this photo kind of tells it all. Anyway, so Abby, you want to
Sure,
go?
I'll give it a go.
Yeah.
I think it's inappropriate for several of the reasons we usually give. It's on a main thoroughfare, it's on a main road. The privet is spotty, and if it's spotty now, I don't know, and a fence. I'm thinking of Hoopapon Road in my mind. I can't think of a long fence.
Well,
isn't one.
Val has said that the reason she was concerned was because there aren't any big fences on Hooper Farm Road.
there aren't
I'm
any pools either.
Saying it again.
Okay, well, right.
So I just think it's inappropriate, and I'm looking at the site,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of room. So
Oh
why
my gosh.
would we give, the okay for this one? So that's
All
my
right.
thoughts.
I'll go.
Okay, thank you, Diane, go ahead.
I think there's only one other pool on Hooper Farm Road, and it's in the back. There aren't fences, there's not formal privet hedges in that particular area. They rely more on natural vegetation and stuff. Hooper Farm Road is a good family road, and the pool has got plenty of room to put in the back, not on the front. We, most part, do not even allow pools on the front unless there's some really, really good reason. And I don't think using a privet hedge, that whole extension is good, particularly a 5-in-1. So I would be not for it.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Stephen?
I agree with the comments. I think unless this were like a small swim spa that were tucked into the kind of the jog in the building due to a lack of space in the back, which has been approved over on Waydale Road, it's just inappropriate to have a large pool in a front yard.
Okay,
And the fence.
yeah. Thanks, Stephen. And Val, you've already said your piece, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Uri, sadly, I feel just the same way that my fellow board members feel. Not the right place to be putting a pool, the context, the big fence, front yard, all of those things are conspiring against you. So would you like us to hold this for
Yeah.
revision so you
Yeah,
can kick it
we'll-
around?
Yeah, the owner wanted to try in the front, and I kind of knew it's not going to get approved, but his another option would be, of course, in the back. So we'll do the revision we'll put it in the back.
Well, putting in the back, I think you get a lot more mileage. You might want to tell your
Yeah,
client.
he wanted to try it, so,
Yeah, okay.
So we are going to change it and we'll put it in the back.
Okay, we're going to motion for revisions.
Make a motion for revisions.
Well, I was gonna make a motion.
Oh,
for
is it that
revisions.
simple?
Just motion to move it to the back and then we'll be ahead of the game.
Don't you think we want to see it?
In the back, it's not going to be visible, so maybe we can get it then on.
Well, okay, so,
I'd feel better just seeing it again.
okay.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting.
Actually, now,
Just saying give clear direction.
okay. Let me just point out that I believe that this might have been placed on consent. So if it went in the back, it still has the possibility of being on consent, right? Is that how it works?
It's not visible.
Right.
Now that it's been opened, it will come back as old business.
Oh, will, okay. Well,
Also,
want to see the screening and all that. So Abby, your motion is to hold for revisions, right? Okay. On Abby's motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, motion carries. There you go, Uri.
Okay.
Okay,
About the Surfside Drive Foundation
what?
down the street, or no?
Is that his?
Okay.
Yeah,
They're
needs
working
to
on
be
that.
posted. Okay, so Linda's not in the room right now, but I believe she asked us to hold
Yeah.
all the Doherty ACK LLC. So Abby has made a motion to hold items 2 through 8. Did she mention holding till when? Oh, till next Tuesday. Okay, so that's Abby's motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Do we have Dinah on board?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
These are for Stephen. He may have, okay. Yes, Dinah, we can hear you. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon.
Dinah, sorry, hold on one second.
Meadowview.
I have a question for my staff here. Is this asterisk in front of all these applications similar to the asterisk they put in front of the Hall of Famers who have doped up?
Oh, it's here.
Okay, so the asterisk is irrelevant in this point. Okay, all right, very good. Okay, thanks, Dinah. We're back to you.
Sure, okay, thank you. The address is 4 Blewett Court. This is a single-family modular constructed building. It's located on the opposite end of the Sandpiper development, which is about 1,500 feet south of Old South Road. We're proposing, the lot's about 5,400 square feet, and we're proposing a 3-bedroom house with a den/bedroom on grade. Lot coverage is about 25%. The driveway is located to the north. It's a 20-foot bay driveway. And the design is basically very simple in the front, symmetric, and it's actually the eave ridge is forward to Blewett Court. And as the massing,
Never asked what type. Same thing.
You're spotty.
okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so just the general massing, it's the front main mass is facing the street, and then as you step back the building towards the rear yard, the secondary mass is about 5 feet lower, and then it steps down to a single story with a small shed roof at the back. We're proposing the window sashes to be 2/2 Anderson and the color to be black with a Newport blue front door and the trim to be Quaker gray. If you go to the last sheet, which is A4, one more sheet, it shows a bit of a streetscape. There's 3 homes proposed for this part of the development. The 5 Sandplain, which is to the left, is under redesign. We're working on a design that's less similar to 8 Blewett Court, which has already been approved. So just wanted you to know that information.
Okay, Dinah, thank you. Folks, you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Don, I appreciate the design. I appreciate the fact that it's 28.6 versus 29.6. I think that you are going to, my only concern at all is the relationship of the proportion of the front door to the first floor windows, in particular on the west elevation where it's more pronounced than on the north. I will point out in addition that your north elevation, I think you might run into a building code issue where if that's intended to be an egress door, you've got what looks to be a 2-foot depth for that porch area.
2'8", yeah.
And other than that, anyways, that's my comments. How's that?
Thank you.
Well, so she said 2.8, which I believe is an issue, right? It needs to be 3 feet.
We can
Don, are
accommodate.
you aware of that?
Yeah, I didn't realize it was 2'8". It should be 3 feet.
Right.
You're absolutely right. So we can
That's a
accommodate
code
that.
minimum. All right, Stephen, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
What I appreciate about this, Dinah, is the additive massing.
Yeah,
It's great. And I agree with Stephen about the proportions on the front with the porch. So maybe the idea would be to add another piece of trim on top of the door that brings it up higher. What is the height of the windows? Can they come down?
The front windows can come down 4.5 inches. Or a little bit more.
okay. I think even so, they would not align with the head of the door, right?
Oh,
Right,
I
but
see.
It just looks like the door, like he said, is very diminutive compared to the windows. So something to bolster the I am the front door presence would be great.
Okay, more of a frontispiece perhaps, or actually
I
had a
like
2x10.
that.
Yeah, and I had a 2x10 above the door and then I took it away.
What, you mean, what's it called?
Why is it so thick? Or why is it so, what is, something's not
You know,
right.
it's a lintel, but it should be bigger.
Yeah.
Or to Stephen's point, hey, Dinah, I'm sure that that's a 6'8" door. You could always make it taller.
I can make it a 7.0 door without a problem because it's a 8'2" ceiling, so that would work.
Right. I think that would be much better.
Okay, 7.0.
Sorry, I've lost track. So Stephen's spoken. Diane?
I'll go with what she has got. I think it's good, and I'd like to see the different levels. I think the front door, the door itself should be as tall as the windows, or the windows should be down as tall as the doors. They should be in a line. They shouldn't be windows up so high.
Understood.
I don't know, can you drop them down?
Yes, we have over 2'6" to the sill, so we can do that.
Okay, that would be
Okay.
good. Other than that, I think that is a interesting house with good architectural points. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Who did I miss? Who has not yet gone?
I only
Abby.
know.
You just mumbled?
Yeah, I'm fine with it, but I like the idea of that being a 7-foot door instead of just a 6'8". Give it a little more presence.
Yeah, and the idea, bless you. Whoa. Bless you times 10. Okay, and then
And the
drop in the
coming
windows.
down
Yeah,
to the-
okay.
The fascias.
All right. I was going to say something about the black sash, but I'm sure we've approved them in this neighborhood before, right?
I think we have got that color.
We have? Okay,
Between two white, if that's any consolation.
okay, that's fine. Okay, so it sounds like, Dinah, what we're looking to you to do through staff would be to raise the door to be a 7-foot door and to drop the windows down to 7 feet so everything lines up.
What about the
the door.
Yeah, do we want to have more of a lintel over top,
Yeah.
more substantial lintel over the front door?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's our standard on those.
Yeah, so it should be taller than the side pieces,
And increase,
okay?
and increase the depth of the porch.
Taller and
Oh, it
and
looks like you've
shadow
already
line.
done that, but you know, Stephen a while back recommended having that lintel piece like a half-inch proud of the side pieces.
Right, right, for the shadow line, yes. Mhm.
Yeah, okay?
And did you catch the porch on the north, the depth?
Yeah, so the porch on the north will need to go to 3 feet, so you got to add 4 inches to that.
So moved.
Okay, that's Stephen's motion. All in favor of Stephen's motion? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that's 1 down. How about 5 blue
Okay,
cord?
5 Blue Court is on the opposite side of the street, and it's in line with five buildings. We have a streetscape at the back, but I'd like to just go over a couple key points. This is a ridge forward design, modular construction, and
Dinah?
yes, sir.
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. Stephen's sitting off of this one, so we'll have Jesse sit on this one. Okay? Sorry, you may continue. I just wanted to give that for the record.
Okay, so the
Thank you.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Dinah.
okay, the street facade, we tried to maintain a simple ridge forward primary mass, and again, step the massing down as we graduate towards the back of the building. The design is basically symmetrical in size and shape. The sash, we're proposing a 6/1 400 series with a white window and a Gardner green door and white trim. The last sheet, if you want to go to A4, you'll see that there's a series of streetscapes that we are, I think, the second one in from the right is kind of highlighted, the box is highlighted a little bit darker, 5 Blue Court. Yeah. And then 3 Sandplain is an existing building, and then 5 Blue, and then there's presentations for the other 3 to the left.
Okay. All right, thanks. I'm kind of looking at the same sort of door situation, entry door situation here.
That's what I was gonna say. I think the same thing we did to the last one. Could you do that to the front door, Dinah?
Yes, yes,
And-
absolutely. 7 foot and proud. I got it, 7 foot. Mhm.
7-foot door,
Taller
and I think
lintel.
Lower lintel.
Okay, let's see, board members.
the- These
Any
windows,
other comments in addition to what we just said about the front door?
it's interesting because these windows are actually below the fascia strip. They're not on top of it like the other one, so this one's
Yeah, it's a little more in line with the top of the front door.
more different, a little more different. No, that doesn't make sense. That's all I got.
Okay, that's it for Abby. Anybody else? Jesse? Oh, let's see, Val. Yeah,
I think the side porch, again, just make sure it's 3 feet, like you'll need for the egress code. And I just want to say again, Dinah, thank you. These are very good examples of additive massing.
Thank you very much.
yeah, truly. Okay, Jesse, anything?
I like the idea of making the front door a little taller. I think that would also might be helpful in the west elevation and south elevation.
On the French doors,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. I think that's a yes. All right. Anything else, Jesse?
Nope.
All right, Diane?
Yeah, I think that again, the doors need to be the same height as the windows, which show up both in the west and the south elevation. I think your window C is chiclet.
Okay.
I don't know whether it is your cat or what, but.
That should be the HTC term.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a kitchen.
Chiclet window. And there's a bunch of them. So the C windows, I'd like to have them check, make sure they are not chiclet windows.
Well, they are definitely smaller than the others, and my guess is it's because there's a counter running underneath.
That's true, but you can still get the shape of the window pane.
We could bring them in like a narrower window if that might be something you would,
What did you just say, Dinah?
we could bring the window width in 4 inches, 2 inches on each side, and I've done that in the past, and I call it a J window, and it does look longer and taller.
You mean it's just proportionately more akin to the A windows?
It is, it's just a
Okay,
little smaller.
right, definitely smaller. So she's suggesting making them narrower so they appear, more vertically formatted.
I think they're fine the way they are, but
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
sure.
see them being, I mean, I've seen worse.
Yeah.
No, but that's not what we're trying to do.
No, I know.
Thank you, Diane. Val, did I get you already?
Yeah.
Did? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, why don't you?
Motion to approve through staff with bigger trim around the front door, meaning the lintel, a taller door so the window sash and the door on that facade line up per Exhibit A.
Oh, you have an Exhibit
I
A?
did an Exhibit A.
Okay, so does it have all the doors going to 7 feet on the
Do
first
you
floor?
want all the doors too?
Yes, that was
Okay.
Jesse's comment.
All right,
Just so you can get in.
And,
it does now.
yes. So, and then did we decide we were gonna make those, what were they, C windows narrower as per Dinah's?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you just do that too?
Sure. I'll make them what we call a J window, and it's the same depth, it's just narrower.
Correct.
Okay. thank
Okay,
you.
so Val has very courteously approved an Exhibit A on this, and that would be through staff. Does somebody want to make that motion? All right, Diane has made the motion to approve this through staff based on Val's Exhibit A. Okay, all those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? All right, there we go. Now we are on to 7 Bluette Court.
Okay, 7 Blewett Court is directly south of the building you just saw, 5 Blewett Court. And if you want to go to the A4 page or the A5 page, you will see the elevation is a 6-foot deep front porch. And again, the driveway is located to the south.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I can see on the screen. That's fine. Thank you.
The window sash on this one, we would propose to be 6/6 with a sand tone color, white trim, Nantucket red door, and the massing steps back as you go down. It's similar to the mirroring the neighbor, and the idea that we're graduating the additive massing. And I understand I need the 3 feet out I think this is also 2'8", but we will change that. The side porch has to have the 3-foot stoop. I understood on that. And this is basically to give some variation to the roof lines as you look down Blewett Court.
Okay, thank you. Who's first? Are we staying with Jesse, or let's do a rotation on this, okay? So Connie, how about you? Good? All right. Anybody?
I'll go.
Thanks.
I believe it's the same as the first one we reviewed. The same comments will apply. 7-foot doors, windows to line up with the door, more lintel on the front door, 3-foot on the side porch for egress. That was it.
Oh, okay. Comments from the board on that? Essentially, what Val has just done is reiterated the comments on the other.
I agree.
Connie, anything?
No, nothing.
Okay, so I think we can move
I'll
this?
do another Exhibit A.
Okay, so this is going to be a motion to approve as per Exhibit A through
So-
staff.
So moved.
Okay, that's
Using-
Diane's
yeah.
motion. All those in favor of Diane's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? There we go. Okay, so that was 7 Bluette.
Okay, so
Now
now
we're to 9 Bluette.
9 Blewett is just one residence south of 7 Blewett. This is a smaller building. It's been proposed in the past, however.
Of a smaller building.
Yeah, the fronts all look similar if you just look it down the street, but the depth is not there. We just have a smaller footprint, and we have basically a box with a 1-story additive mass at the back, and 6/6 windows. We did have a similar design in the past, and they didn't like the depth of the front porch, so we gave them a full front porch. And I think I believe it's a 6-foot front porch, or it's a 5'6" front porch. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 6'0", to align with the other houses. And this has the shed dormers on the flush dormers on the sides, and like I said, it's been previously approved. The only thing that we have changed is on the south elevation. There was always that little window that we see under the window on the second floor on the south elevation to the left. It was kind of like sort of floating in the middle of the first floor. We got it to line up under the window above. That was the biggest change.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask her a question?
Yeah, of course you can. Now, this one is carried.
Dinah, on the north elevation, a side elevation, you've got C windows up in the second floor, you've got E windows on the first floor. And I don't have a scale with me, but they both look the same, and they have the same problem as the C windows. I don't know.
Well, the E window is basically a double C window. You're absolutely correct.
Okay.
We just give it a different designation for drafting purposes.
Okay, well, that's good. I would like that to go along with the mention in the other applications. The other question I wanted to ask you, is this Blewett Court, is this the Old Mayflower Port?
If we go to the, what do you call it? The locust map, please?
Yeah, it's right across from 19, which was a Walter Gowacki house that he moved there.
Right. So this is exactly in that location. Mhm.
Okay, so it must be the Old Moonflower. I just wanted to get it right in my mind. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
No.
No?
Do you want me to make a motion?
Is the
Let's-
front door the same issue on this one?
Yeah, and I'm making
Yeah.
those
Seems
notes,
like-
another Exhibit A,
It's going to be
7-foot
kind of
door,
a
more
running thing
trim,
on this.
Yeah.
line up the windows in the door.
Inside. Yeah, but it's going to go to 7.
And then have
Yeah.
more trim.
Yes. Anything beyond that?
Nothing to add.
Good. Okay, it sounds like we might have liftoff on this. So it's going to be the same comments that we had on the other applications. Val is currently preparing an Exhibit A, which would be through staff. Does anybody want to make a motion to?
Make a motion to approve through staff, Exhibit A.
There it is. That's Diane's motion. All those in favor of Diane's motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Now we are to 11 Blewett Court.
Okay, 11 Blewett Court is similar to 5 Blewett Court, which is the second one in from Sandplain Drive, except we've added a wraparound porch because we have more width. The garage is not part of this application. At some point, we may come back and ask for that. But right now, we're approaching the workforce buffer. So we can't build within that 20-foot buffer, even though it's part of the property. So we have some easement encroachments there. But if you look at the page 8.5, you will see the similarity between 11 Blewett and 5 Blewett, except that it's a wider front because of the wraparound porch, and we have extended the mudroom out to catch the return porch and die into it basically.
Okay. Thanks. And just for Terry's information, the rotation is now back to Jesse. So he will be voting on this. Comments?
They get better and better, Dinah.
Thank you.
And I'll go with Exhibit A.
Okay.
I have one
I have a
mod to
draft
that.
person.
One mod.
Anything to add, Jesse? Anything?
No, I think it looks nice. It's hard to believe this is a modular home.
Yeah.
And you just, with the doors being raised again, but even.
Yeah, well, that's going to be true of all of these. Okay. Sounds good.
My one comment would be the front door be 4-panel instead of 6-panel to go with the 2/2s.
Like it. Let's do that. Can you incorporate that into your
I
Exhibit A?
can.
Very good. Does somebody want to move this?
Make a motion to approve
Yeah.
with using Exhibit A through staff.
There it is. That's Diane's motion. All those in favor of Diane's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, and finally, to wrap things up, we have 5 Sand Plain.
Yes, I apologize. However, this is still under redesign. We ran into some utility issues, and I would ask that we could hold this for 2 weeks.
Sure.
That's my motion.
Okay, so the motion is, and Connie, I'm sorry to give you one that's so uneventful, but the motion is to hold for 2 weeks. All those in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There we go. Okay, Dinah, was that it for you for this evening?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Okay, have a nice night. Bye-bye.
You too.
See you next time. Okay, now we're on to old business of September 6th, 2022. First up, Val Oliver.
I want to know if you're on.
What?
I want to know if my people are on.
Oh, okay. Well, you got your board. Do you want to proceed?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going to make it official and go up to the microphone over there?
Yes.
You know, do that whole thing. Courtroom drama stuff. Okay.
Okay, the first issue at hand.
The board is Pohl, Welch, Coombs, Thornwell, Patton. Ta-da. Okay.
Is
Your name for the.
Yeah, oh
for
boy,
the
now I'm
applicant.
remembering all this, yes. Yeah.
Is I sent in some supplemental information about the existing home. And today I went down to the Registry of Deeds to try and find more, which I will give Holly. It's not in that packet, but it looks like it's halfway through. What's ahead or behind it? Okay. 1 minute.
My recollection is it was established as being like 1940s,
Right, that Holly had found a was it Macri?
right?
Yeah.
Oh, Macri.
Right. I have gone back through the deeds and found some references to structures, but also some without structures, so I couldn't tell you what the exact age is. 1971, they show none. But 1980, they show 3, so. Anyway, irregardless, I did also get some pictures of framing in the structure and windows. As is by herself, so you just have to bear with her over here. That's the roof framing, which looks kind of modern to me. And then the next page is underneath the building. And some windows. All of the windows are true divided light, but not old. That's the site plan that shows the unusual condo exclusive use envelope. So we're kind of tied to that. In the back of the lot is some wetland, so just have the front there. And
It's a subdivided lot?
it's a condoed lot.
Condo.
So, yeah.
There's 2 dwellings on it owned by 2 different people, but it's 1 lot. They used to allow that, they don't anymore.
I think it was condoed in the 80s.
Yeah.
Okay. That's just showing the survey of the 2 buildings that are there, the condo units presently.
Well, so Val,
Yes.
nothing really refutes the concept that this house dates from 1940,
Correct.
right?
I just
mean,
wanted to
the
give you what I
framing
could
and so the
find.
framing and the block and all that reminds me of my house that was built in 1930. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if this was built in 1940.
Mr. Chair.
So, hang on, just 1 second. Anything else to say on the demo move off? Because we're.
No.
Okay. Holly.
Thank you. The only thing I wanted to add from last time is that the HDC survey that's on file that was actually conducted on August 1st, 1989, does reference, even though the methodology that the state requires us to do these HDC surveys now has extended, they do provide sources, and one of the sources that they indicate in here was aerial photo of 1940. So they didn't just really pop up that number out of the hat. And actually, there's another spot on here that says aerial photo 1938. So there's a possibility that there's photos available that shows the aerial.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I did also want to mention too, and I mentioned this before, sometimes some of the dates that are included on tax assessors are actually pointing to when there was some substantial development that was done to the property, an addition, what have you. So that's why
Which
we
I
never.
think is correct, because the
Sounds about right.
1980 survey doesn't show the bump on the side. So that's probably when that happened.
And that's why we do not want to go by the tax assessors, but at the worst case scenario. So I hope this gets moved, not demolished.
It is being advertised.
Okay. Thank you, Holly. What did you just say, Val? Did you just say it's getting moved?
Advertised.
Oh, you hope it's, okay. Comments from the board?
I hope it's being, well, Val says it's being advertised, and I hope somebody comes up to the plate and takes it. It's a cutie pie.
Mhm.
Hate to lose it.
Yeah.
Have you had anyone look at it to see if it's easily moved?
I have not, no. The owners are handling that.
Sorry, just for the record, Abby, you're not on this. I mean, I appreciate your sentiment, but, so the board again is Stephen, Diane, Kerry, Connie, and myself. Okay, so were you just starting to speak, Kerry?
Yeah, sure, I'll
Okay,
speak.
go ahead, yeah.
I think it's a shame, but I do think this neighborhood, this is one of the last ones of this scale, I believe. And we've allowed other buildings like this to be moved. And I kind of don't think it would be fair not to let this one. It's questionable as to the date, 1940 it could be. But I don't think it has a whole lot of historic value, except that it's a small house on a street that's been developed.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Kerry. Who's next?
I'll go.
Oh,
Oh.
Stephen.
Go ahead, Connie.
No, I was just gonna say the same thing. I would hope somebody would come and take this because it does look charming. No opposition.
Yeah, that would be the hope. Thank you, Connie. Stephen?
I think this should go on our, if it doesn't get moved, it should go TV scavenged. There's a lot of good wood in there, and those joist hangers look brand new. Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah.
I was,
And that roof structure, 2x12.
Yeah,
That's unusual for a
clean.
ranch.
Very clean. Okay, Stephen, thank you. Let's see, that leaves you, Diane.
well, I said before, I would like to try and use it. I don't know whether having spent 2.5 hours this morning listening to CPC and the building of houses, it's in good shape. I can't, and it's a one story. I don't know why they wouldn't pick it up and move it. It's certainly easy enough to get out a new street. It's no behind trees, anything. I don't know whether they could be contacted. Maybe they haven't looked, but if I had a choice, it would be the same as last time, is I would really like to see it used. If it is a 1940, it's been around for a long time, and it's the end of our little cottages tucked in. So that's what, if it has to be demolished, I would go along with that, but I would like to see some effort made by the people who own it to contact housing.
I agree with you, Diane, completely. I'd like to
Yeah.
see somebody reuse it.
Okay, well, so I think we all have the same sentiment, particularly given that this is a small, older building that's in an area where everything seems to be growing up all around it. And it's definitely been well preserved, so it would be great if it could find another home. Just to be clear, the application request is for a move off or demo. So we have to be prepared that if no one is interested in taking this, that they would be able to move forward with the demo. Somebody want to move this one? Oh, and one thing I neglected to say is now I have the benefit, this time around, I have the benefit of seeing what you're planning to put in this place, which, as I said before, was for me a kind of a silver lining, because the new building that you're proposing, the Gambrel, is still modest in scale. So we're not losing that part of it. So there it is. Does somebody want to make a motion on this?
Motion to approve as a move-off demo with a scavenge clause.
I like it.
Okay, like that. Scavenge clause being that for anybody that wants to reuse any of the components of this, they are welcome to. So on Stephen's motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Any opposed? There we go. Okay, so now let's take a look at our new gambrel. Are we basically looking at the same thing? That hasn't changed, right?
No, it hasn't. It's a modular,
Mm-hmm.
streamlined modular, gambrel, so that we have a one-story eave.
Remind me, I don't recall there being any like grave concerns.
Well, we didn't really discuss it.
We
Oh,
didn't.
we didn't?
No.
We didn't, okay. And it's gonna be the same board, right? Yeah, same board.
There
Okay,
was some HSAG comments.
yes. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So of course, this is an infill within the OHD. It's actually right on the border of the OHD and local district. From staff's comments, there are no gambrels in this area. I think the closest one is the new infill that Ethan did up on Nantucket Road. Just want to point that out for context. They're either a ranch or cape or bungalows. I will notate that the adjacent on the other side of Mayhew Lane are three bays, very mimicking very similar to the Woodbury subdivision. I think the proposal is a little too formal for this area, and I also do think that 6/1, should be 6/6 more appropriate. I would like to just stress again that the streetscape and what's existing in relationships is kind of like a transition from some of the contemporary stuff that was done on Mayhew, which wasn't all that like that before, into the historic district, local, old historic district. HSAG's comments, introducing a gambrel structure in this location feels a little out of place, especially so close to the existing gambrel structure. Due to the closeness of two buildings, the roof forms should be more sympathetic. The roof pitches of the gambrel should be altered for less boxy proportions. The flush shed dormers should be narrower to reduce the amount of shingled wall within the dormer. 6-light French doors are not historic. They should be changed to a 12-light with a kick panel, and I would agree with that comment as well. Those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I did have with this, I think, or maybe it was included in the former application, context of the neighborhood. They're in a funky, like Holly said, area right across the street on Mayhew, which they're on the corner of, is all Woodbury style houses, 3 stories, very formal, Greek revival. And then we jump across the street to these few existing houses, some of which have been changed. And then across the street is, what was that guy's name? You know, you can see it over Mill Pond. Hugh
Newell Jacobson.
Yeah, that one.
Yep.
So the context is different. Anyway, that was it.
You didn't mention the stucco house.
Well, that's at the end of the street.
Oh, I know. It's you could throw a baseball from one site to the
It's
other.
on the other side of the cemetery.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thanks, Holly, and thanks, Val. Who would like to begin on this one?
Okay.
I'll go.
All right.
I agree with the sort of boxy quality of the gambrel. I think if you could shorten the top rafters and lengthen the side.
You know what else you could do?
There's
If-
something,
Yeah, so this is more reading like a mansard. So if you
Mhm,
drop
yes.
this bottom cord.
yes, so
like
they're
if she made
longer
more of a
bottom
pitch to that,
cords.
It would by default reduce the length of that
Yeah,
and increase the length of it.
yeah. I think the top cord should be definitely shorter than the bottom cord.
It
The
would mean a
windows-
slight reduction in the second floor space, but not much.
But not much, because your dormers can still come down as they do. You're not changing the pitch of the top court at all.
I gotcha.
So, but then I think the 6/1 windows are great on a gambrel with the right proportion gambrel. I also do agree, there's something about the front dormer that just seems too long. And I don't know how to solve it just by maybe shortening it, but it might be that the windows are not on center or something. Maybe somebody else has a comment about that. I have also always sort of wondered why a gable combined with a gambrel, and would love to see the effort of a smaller gambrel maybe on the back, but it's not visible, so it might not matter.
Okay,
That's it.
is that it, Carrie?
Mhm.
Okay, great, thank you. Who's next?
Spicy pants.
I'll go.
All right, Stephen.
I agree with the chord segment, changing the more horizontal to be shorter than the more vertical. I think that this gambrel is too wide on that side, though, by at least a foot.
You mean on the so-called left or
On the
south?
left, south facing, yeah. I think that those two in combination would make it much more appropriate for the area. It's not going to make it a delicate gambrel, but it'll make it better proportions. And I understand that'll create some sacrifice in the second floor program. You know, you lose a washer dryer, but you got one on the first floor. Does this house have a basement? Is it going to have a basement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm much less concerned about that then. Yeah, I think a foot could come out of the width of that, and it would help in addition to changing the pitch of the two lower chord segments.
Okay,
Otherwise, I'm good with the windows, understand Sally's comments, but 6/1 seems appropriate there. And
What do you think?
the overall front dormer, yeah, I don't know how to, I mean, I suppose it's appropriate with respect to our guidelines for that area, but it does seem a little overwhelming. When you change the first, I will note though, however, that when you change, if the second floor is brought in a foot, that second floor bathroom would be, access would be from the hallway, and that dormer could be, could maybe be turned into two separate dormers.
interesting.
Are you talking about the,
I think I'd rather make
South-facing?
it narrower than separate it. You know, like bring the sides in.
No, up to y'all, just making comments.
Is that it, Stephen?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. Let's see, Diane, were you ready to
yep,
go? Okay.
I was asking Steve, you're talking about the dormer, is that the south facing
Yeah,
dormer?
yes.
To make two, or what do you think about splitting the windows a little bit?
No, I think Stephen was actually talking about the east,
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah,
AKA
the
the
east.
front
Yeah.
dormer.
Sorry,
Not
Diane.
not the side.
But I'm not adverse to splitting the windows. I think
You're
that
not
would-
adverse.
It'd be more balanced.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it would be good. I think that it's a little wide, little fat. It could, I think maybe it was discussed, bring it in a little bit on that south facing driveway. And if it came up in conversation, I wouldn't be opposed to a chimney. And I don't know, on the west elevation, I guess it will be seen. I would rather not see three windows up in that gable. I'd like to see them separated or taken down. They have a lot of mold windows all on the second floor. And that's, That's all I can say right now.
Okay, Diane, thank you. I am in agreement with a lot of what was said. I think the changing of the pitch of the chords is going to help you a lot.
Yeah.
Reduction of the dormer on the front, also known as the south, will be beneficial. But I also I would like to say for the record that, the context thing, boy, I would love if only some of those 2-story boxes that were built like right down the street were gambrels. I think that the neighborhood would benefit from that. But they're there. So I think that adding this very diminutive gambrel structure to the road is an asset. So that's it for me. Shall we hold this for some, what sounds like fairly minor revisions?
Minor revisions.
So moved.
Yeah. Okay, so Stephen has made a motion to hold for some minor revisions. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, a motion carries. So let us see. Now we have a fence at 81 Vestal. Mr. Catone.
Yes.
For this at all. Oh, yes, I do actually. Yeah, of course I do. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Mark, you there?
I am, yes.
All right, good. So it's me, Abby, Diane, Val, Stephen. Okay?
It's okay.
Let's go.
All right. I don't know if you can pull up the site plan, but we simplified the proposal, I believe,
Yeah.
and provided some updated photographs as well. A one-sheeter. There we go. These photographs were taken after the first review. We have omitted all of the fencing that was proposed along the west property line. And additional fencing had been proposed along the, between the garage and the house. That's all been omitted as well. In addition, and in lieu of that, they have actually added additional plant material along the west property line. So I think the suggestion was get away from any kind of structure and enhance that border with natural vegetation, which they've done a mix of working with Ben shampoo on. So the only fence that they're before you requesting is the 5-foot board fence, which would run along the north line tangent to the cabana, and then along the east side, also tangent to the cabana. And our client, the property owner, actually met with Hollis, and Hollis actually welcomed the fence added between this property and his, because it would be an ideal sound barrier. He's picking up some noise from the pool area. He thought this is a welcome addition. There's enough vegetation between his property and where the fence is proposed that he's not concerned about more structure. And the photos that we presented, the one on the bottom left, the fence posts were actually scabbed onto an existing smaller fence that was there already. So they were in place. So we had kind of a height to work with. And then we went down to Duke's. I shot looking up the hill, and I'm hard pressed to see them through any of that vegetation. And that's a mix of evergreens and deciduous. And I think it's a very small section that would fan out to the right side of that cabana anyway. So, so again, it's a scaled back proposal, really just the sections in red that are before you now.
Okay, Mark, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Did the question already come up as to why it's 5 feet rather than 4 feet? Code is 4, or is this even a quote unquote pool fence?
It's not a pool fence. It's really just more for privacy and just providing a little bit more just buffer within the pool. It has an auto cover, so it does not require a fence.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Who would like to begin?
I can go.
Thanks, Abby.
I'm fine with the fence, either height on the side of the neighbor. I'm a little concerned about the fence that you could see from Duke's Road. I like the way you have vegetated, I hate that word, but it's a new word. The heck out of the view from Duke's Road. I think it's actually.
Do you mean Duke's
softened.
or Vestal? Sorry. Duke's down below, right?
Yeah, looking out from Duke's Road
Yes.
at the cabana.
Gotcha.
The way you vegetated it, it's actually gotten softer, and I don't know how the heck you did that, but.
A lot of greenery, a lot of fertilizer.
Doesn't look as bad as I thought, but I don't know if I'd like to see a fence. So I'd like to hear what other people have to say, but I'm fine with it dividing from the neighbors on the
East.
right-hand side.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Abby. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you.
Hey, Mark, the fence is behind the vegetation from Duke's, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so if we see any of it, it will just be a little bit of the top, if anything.
Yeah, in that photograph, Val, all the posts, there are a series of posts that were installed.
I see him on the view from Vestal Street.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we went down to Duke's, and I have a hard time in knowing where they are, like, I
Yeah.
had a hard time seeing them in
Okay.
that photograph. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure.
Absolutely.
I appreciate the extra buffer from the garage to where that fence is on the west. Is it west?
West side, yeah.
West side.
West is
Oh,
the left.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, when you're looking at the view from Vestal, it would go from the garage down to where the fence would be, which is exactly where it needs to screen the pool.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, who wants to go next?
I'd like to get some clarification on this.
All right, Stephen, go ahead.
Can I get some clarification on the screening from Vestal?
To Mark, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mark?
Yeah.
Val just made a comment about screening from Vestal. Can you elaborate on what that involves?
It's just enhanced vegetation. It was fairly thin when we originally presented the application. I think since we filed, they have added more vegetation. We originally came before you with a board fence along the west side.
Right.
He elected to omit that. Then we discussed maybe a split rail. And I think what he's simply just done a small split rail, but then he packed both sides of it with just plant material, just to keep it as natural looking as possible versus anything too vertical.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the fencing, I guess on the northeast, I think that's an as-built condition, correct, Mark?
On the far side, along Hollis's side,
Yeah.
the east side, yeah, they jumped the gun. That's why the posts were in place, so we had a visual. But they got ahead of us and started doing the fence, at which point we stopped them. I said, "Dude, we're not there yet." Yeah.
Okay, and then on the other side, so I think subject to the fee, as-built fee, and then on the more northerly side, subject to no visibility from Duke's.
Sure.
Okay.
At time of inspection or thereafter.
Right. The fence.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Aren't they gonna-
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Diane, it's your turn.
Well, looking at that view from 32 Duke's Road driveway up at the cabana, you're going to see that fence because it runs on both sides of the cabana.
But the fence posts are already in place in that photograph. If you can't see the post, I don't think you're going to see the fence
You
between the
don't think
posts.
so?
I really don't. And if you do, we'll enhance the vegetation further, but per Steve's comment. But it was actually kind of an ideal accident that the posts were already in place because it gave us a good sense of whether it was going to be visible or not. And we can't seem to see them in that right-hand photo.
And the neighbor who was probably most affected by it seems to think it's a good idea, right?
Correct, yeah, I think Linda said otherwise at the last meeting, but actually they had conferred and he actually was appreciative that the fence was gonna go in.
Right. Well, it's been an interesting lot.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
I guess I would say you could hardly know that it's a new fence because it's so busy in there. So I think if it blocks the view of the pool and the neighbor thinks it's a good idea, then I would go along with it. I
Okay.
don't know. I think the vegetation has to be maintained and you are proposing a 5-foot fence, right?
Yeah, and we just got a note from Topham that I think there's a cottage that's gonna go in at the end of this driveway at 32 Dukes Road,
Yeah,
which is only gonna further screen the cabana and anything
Right.
behind that cottage.
well, okay. Well, I'm, because he's got a fence there over behind his stone wall. So that is the only one there.
Right.
So I would accept that this neighbor likes it. That's a good thing.
Okay, so I am fine with this. I think that, I personally think that, well, I should say, after all the to-do about the retainage and all that stuff is seen from Duke's Road, I'm happy to see the vegetation has rather quickly come in and done most of the work for us in terms of the visibility. I can't see any of that wall anymore, thankfully. So I'm okay. Would somebody care to make a motion on this?
I make a motion to submit, to approve as submitted.
Okay, I think maybe we want to append something about that the fence won't be visible, the fence
yeah,
won't be
with the fence-
visible at the time of inspection and thereafter.
And thereafter, right?
Yeah, okay, I think that would get some mileage. Okay, all those in favor of Diane's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? All right, there it is. Okay, thanks,
Thank you very
Mark
much.
Stone. Okay, Val Oliver, you're up again. Board, myself, Abby, Diane, Stephen, Carrie.
This project started actually in August of '21, and it took a really long time for them to come up with the second design. But to review, we've reduced the footprint by 254 square feet, reduced the width by 13 feet, depth by 2 feet, but increased the height by 2 inches. The last time you looked at this rendition, which is not that, that's the old one. There were just minor comments, which were the left mass should drop some more. Well, maybe that was from the first time around. You wanted ridge poles with the original design, but it was a complete redesign when we finally resubmitted it. You did look at it once, and the revisions were on the front. You wanted a deeper porch, a beam to show down below. Higher posts or lower posts. Higher windows and doors, bigger frontispiece on the front door, and I think that was all that was requested. So here it is.
Can we scroll up to the previous, just in the left corner? Val, I just want to say in a friendly manner, if that's any smaller, you could tell it as a stamp.
Little teeny tiny previous thing.
I'll tell the boys when they draw them.
My eyes are hurting.
Okay, folks, you know who you are.
There is also attached to this more context if you need to review the area down below this. Can you scroll down a little bit as it looks like there's a picture there, but we're not getting to it. Let's erase it.
I've got a question.
You can go up.
I do too. But you first, go ahead, Abby.
Me first? Okay. Val,
Yes.
on your right elevation, the sea windows on the main mast, are those smaller for a reason, or could they be eased? I'm looking for a little bit more conformity to the fenestration on that elevation. Are they, kitchen windows or something?
Well, all 5 of them in the gable are C's. So that can't be a 2-story kitchen.
I'm talking about on the right elevation, see the 3 windows in the main mast? I'm trying, I wish they were eased, just to make it more uniform. So my question is.
Only on the first floor.
Only on the first floor.
I see, okay.
So my question is there a reason that they're smaller? Because I think that it would look.
I can't read it in the small size, so I can't tell you.
Let's take a look at the old floor plan.
All righty, all right, let me move to something else. I'm wondering, so on the rear elevation, where you have the 2 ganged windows in that lower mass, it's kind of reading like a sun porch, and I was just wondering if it shouldn't just be all windows.
Which elevation, Abby?
It's called rear. See where there's the
Oh, yeah.
1 story and the, the ganged windows look that, I could see that as either a sun porch or.
I don't think you're looking at the right version here.
I'm looking at the same thing.
Right here.
I bet you there's a gas fireplace in
Right
between
there.
those windows.
Yeah.
There's no chimney.
Is there, well, no, it's a gas fireplace.
Right.
Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
there? So, yeah, there's a fireplace in between those, thus that's why they're spread apart like that.
Okay, so, I'm trying to be helpful here, maybe I'm not coming across verbally, but, so I just think those 3 sets of 3 ganged windows are looking a little applied, and maybe if that's the situation where you have something in the middle on that middle mass, maybe the left ones at least could be separated, just so it doesn't, give it a little more individuality.
You mean the
Those-
far left
Yeah.
over there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, and then, do I see the front of the house?
I didn't even make the right copies for myself.
So those are all E windows. I think the front is okay. And then could I see the left-hand side again? The left-hand side would be the ocean side, or?
No, the front is the ocean side.
Okay, so, okay, just hold it there for a sec. I was just looking at the dormers to see if so the dormers could be up in the roof, is that correct?
No, then if they're up in the roof, the windows would be too high.
You couldn't have shed dormers and have, there's not enough room?
Do you mean running the eave all the way across?
I wish I had a pointer. I do have a pointer. Those flush dormers there.
Yeah.
Where are they?
Whoa, here, if we move back up.
They're on the left and right. Yeah. So it looks, is there enough room to
If they go up higher,
If they go up, then this eave would run across, but the windows would be way up on the wall.
And really small.
Somebody was sitting in my chair.
Okay, that's my first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Carrie.
I think Val did like everything we asked of her last time. I think the only thing that I think is very unusual are the French doors, the 6/1 sort of panels, which we never see here. I think Abby's thoughts on some of the fenestration maybe being larger on the right side on the first floor would be good, but there are a ton of windows in this house. So if some of them need to be smaller, I don't think it's a big deal.
smaller or bigger?
No, the ones that you've got small, if they need to be small, I don't think it's such a bad thing because there are a lot of windows in this house. But if you want to enlarge them, it would be fine. That's it.
Okay, thanks.
I'll go.
And by the way, I believe the reason why they're all small on the first floor on that right elevation is because one of them is above a toilet.
One
But-
of them is what?
One of them is above a toilet, but I mean, I think you could move stuff around. If the group wanted those to get larger.
The
there would be-
two, I believe, if you look at the middle and the right, are in a bedroom.
Correct.
I think those could be larger. Maybe they thought it would be more consistent like that, but yeah.
The one on the left is over a toilet,
Yeah.
so they obviously don't want a big window there.
I'll go.
Carrie, that was it for you, Carrie, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Diane.
Yeah, on the front, I think the front is really good. This is a funny lot. It's on an unnamed street.
There's a lot of unnamed streets.
Lyra's a mailman for that particular
Canonicus
bunch
is
of
one.
houses.
Yeah.
And so I know it. It's going to be seen from almost all four sides. I would like to see the rear elevation, if possible, to remove some of the mold windows on the first floor. I don't know whether the three on the right is a porch or whatever. If it's a porch,
That's a dining room, yeah.
it's a dining room. Well, you've got the three on the front. I just think it's maybe a little much out there, that particular bunch of houses.
We can look at the context again, too.
The front of it, I think, is perfect. They're fairly simple houses. They were all, the ones in front of this on Western Ave were all built within a year of each other as they went up. And they had those decks on the second floor and stuff. That would be my only big thing, is to separate some of the mold windows. That's all. Otherwise, I think it will fit in there well.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Stephen.
I agree with Carrie, and in particular with respect to the French doors, and secondarily with Diane. And I would suggest that another alternative might be to space some of those mold units with larger, wider than structural mold.
Wider than what?
Structural. So you have mold unit, it's, the jambs are squished together, you've got
Yeah.
a stud pocket,
Yeah.
and you could go a little wider.
Like 6 inches.
Yeah.
On the mall.
Okay.
Is that it, Stephen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I agree that you basically did pretty much what we asked the last time. I think it's a very reasonable house. I think it was constructive for you to put the house that was approved, right next door on the front page. Yeah, so the only substantive thing for me is the idea of these French doors and sliders, by the way. Having just plain old, muttons going all the way down rather than the weighted thing.
Okay.
And beyond that, I think it's okay. So what can we do with this one?
I'll make a motion, approve through staff with 15 light doors, French doors, and at least, I don't know, half of the mold units separated with a 6-inch mold.
Okay, good motion. Let's see how that goes. All those in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? So it carries. There you go, Val Oliver.
Thank you.
All right. Matthew. And your host for this evening, Matthew, is going to be Stephen Welch.
Good evening, Matthew.
Good evening.
Give us a moment to get set up. Oh, it looks like we've got some.
Oh, I love it.
We have props. Yeah. It's the best way to, because paint chips don't really cut it.
Yeah.
You're right.
It looks like a giant Turkish taffy bar. I want it. Yum, yum.
Okay, give us just another second, Matt.
Gracias.
Okay, Matt, why don't you go for it?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the second time you've seen this application. I think where we left off was basically just the color of the shutters. I don't think anybody had any issues with the shutters or the light configuration on the French doors. Just to reiterate, the French doors are, I think they're 15 light, and they just seem like the glass size is incredibly small and very busy. And so the proposal is to just replace the French doors so that they're more conducive in size and scale to the rest of the light configurations on the dwelling. I think that we brought in a paint chip for you. We also scanned it, which was, the color's just never accurate. And so we've had this sample made up. What the feedback that we received from the board was that it was too saturated, the previous color. And so what we've done is we've desaturated the color. So it's basically like lighter, less intense, if you will. That was the swatch itself. So this has been reduced by, let me just read it if I could. I think it's 75%. Yes. Yep. So custom color, but I think it's more muted and less electric, if you would.
Less saturated.
Less saturated. Saturation.
Desaturated.
Desaturation.
Okay, any
That's all I
thoughts
have.
on the desaturation of the blue?
And the trim is white?
Yeah, it's existing, correct.
Okay.
It's
No.
next to it.
Next door, it's the big condo building next door.
Oh, this is the breakers.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I do have some.
Yeah, please, Holly.
Thank you. So thank you, Matt, for the chip, and thank you for the sample. Actually, that's great. Wanted to mention that the floor plans provided show, in addition to the shutters, a new entry door on the east. And then just not sure that the revised door lights are appropriate. They look a little modern, so I would recommend to fix those up. HSAG also mentioned that as well. Proposed changes to the 10 light French doors to 5 light doesn't work. The panes are too horizontal and they should remain as 10 lights. If it's a completely new door, the side lights and active doors could be reproportioned with equal size lights. But definitely appreciate that muted color. Those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Would anyone like to begin? Diane? Yeah, please.
That's true. That's totally, we're talking about the shutters
Mhm.
and the front door, or just the shutters?
Just the shutters.
Just the shutters. And then, Matt, also, just while we're on the topic of what we're looking at, you're not proposing a plank form, you're proposing a shaker panel style?
Correct. We just had that made up.
Okay, just to be clear. Okay. You guys are so wild with the
What's
color
Diane done?
desaturation.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, do you wanna go?
mesmerizing.
Yeah.
Okay, Carrie's gonna go.
I think I'm okay with the color because, and granted, the chairs and the gray surrounding it are not quite as the same color as shingle, but the gray shingle will mute it also, I think. But I am a little bit concerned about the doors, and I think if they all are new doors, why not try to match side light to glass light size? Because the side lights seem too large, the scale of them with the 15 light in the original, 15 light doors with those big wide side lights. There's got to be a happy medium. with
If I
some-
could, through you.
Yeah, go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair. So,
We're gonna-
I mean, we did try to align the horizontal muntins. They do all align.
Yeah,
And I think their alternative is to, so if that's like kind of a fixed piece, which I think is certainly more successful than the previous, it really then comes down to the width. And I feel like the reality is it's an existing door size, and so we can't really change that. And given the two options, I think this is
This
certainly
is
just a
better.
more sympathetic, more cohesive,
I agree. So
solution.
you're just
Certainly not going for
changing out
mod.
the actual doors.
just changing the leaves.
Not
Yeah.
the side lights.
Yeah.
So then I think what you've done is appropriate, because you're right, the proportion is closer.
The other one's
Um,
really busy.
So, yeah, no, I think it's good.
Okay, Jesse?
Yeah, I have no problem with the doors, and as for the color, it seems like this is appropriate. I would like to hear what the rest of the board says.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I like the color. It's a little modern, but then this house is, I'm not sure what. I like the new size of the paned windows. I think they're better than the tiny ones. At least it's more uniform. Just wish there was some way to, it's just so symmetric. I just wish you could have convinced them to make a front door smack in the middle instead of two side ones. I just, but I guess what's before us, I'm good with it. All right. Yeah. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. My comments are color, I think is fine, appropriate. I am concerned about those doors. Matt, can we go to the cover sheet? Go to the door schedule. You're not on this one, Diane.
Oh, she is.
She isn't? She is.
Uh,
Oh, I'm
says-
so sorry,
yeah,
Diane. Go
yeah.
ahead.
I think what's going on with the garage doors?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, that is a suggested change. The existing doors now are fairly benign. And so just to add a little bit of character to them, we wanted to change them to this. There's no glass in them.
Excuse me, Diane, please use your mic.
I'm sorry, forgot. What?
They're existing white. The existing color is white. So we would stick with that.
And the cross pieces are going to show?
That's all white. Yep, white on white.
Well, I don't know. I don't mind the blue shutters and the rest of the stuff, and I know you're stuck with the building because we're not taking it apart, putting it back together again, but I don't think the garage doors are good. I would just have plain old ones like before. That's all.
Okay, thanks, Dan. And Abby echoes that. Matt, I guess I'd like to have you, if we could go to the, if you could speak to maybe how the vertical or the horizontal lines in the garage overhead doors will or won't disappear in real life. And then I have a question for you on the, or comment for you on the other doors.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer an outswing door myself because it's more traditional, but it's an existing overhead door. And so traditionally, we do show the lines just so that you know, or this board is aware that they are an overhead. But I do think that when they are closed, it's fairly, it doesn't stick out as much as it does in the drawings. These don't actually face the road either. It's worth mentioning. They kind of face internally. So, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about the.
Okay. My comments are, again, color I think is appropriate-ish enough. It's not inappropriate. Personally, I think a tinge of just a tiny bit of gray in there, but I'm not going to push on that. More importantly, I think these doors, either the drawings the window schedule needs to be updated to reflect the fact that you're only replacing the operable doors, or as indicated in these drawings, the whole unit is being replaced in these locations. And I think that the proportionality of the side lights should be modified to be in better, and the size of the door, operable doors should all be modified to keep them, to make them more proportional. So for instance, on your leftmost, can we go to the door schedule, please? So just when I'm reading this, it indicates to me the manufacturers to be determined, but each of those door units is being replaced in whole. If that's the case, then the side lights on the door set up to the left, I think the side light widths and the operable panel light widths need to be adjusted.
If I could answer that. So the intent was to basically keep the existing, door sizes. And if we need to keep the side lights, we can certainly do that. I think the intent was to basically just change the design of the center doors to not change the side lights. And we can stipulate that just the center section, the operable portions are being replaced, but again, I think that we don't want to get into changing the door. We didn't really want to get into changing the door size, style. It's fairly expensive, modification, I think, for a net benefit on the aesthetics. I think there's just some hesitation that, resizing the doors might kind of open up a little bit of a Pandora's box in terms of window proportions. Comparing the existing to the proposed, it's just a bit more aesthetically pleasing. So that's the whole end game. If we get into changing the door style, I don't know if they would do it, or door width, if you will, just because like furniture, existing conditions, things like that.
Okay, so kind of getting you, but I'm kind of not. I think regardless, the window schedule should be updated if the side lights units are not going to be replaced as part of the door assembly unit. And with that, I would suggest we go ahead.
I just had a question, Mr. Chair. Yeah. So if we did, I think the intent was that because we're not changing the design of the side lights, we just clouded the operable doors, so that the mutton profile and the window manufacturer, the door manufacturer is probably gonna be like a new manufacturer. And so I think for consistency, we would probably replace the whole unit, to your point. I understand your point. You're saying that if you're going to replace that whole thing, adjust the door size to maybe get the glass a little bit more aligned. And I'm just trying to say that I think that collectively we have hesitation to do that because it's, I personally think that this works. It's an improvement. It keeps the side lights better or worse the way they are, and just makes the center operable doors more have a more aesthetically pleasing proportional relationship to those side lights.
Sure. I think the concern that was voiced is that the lack of proportionality between the previously sized side lights and what's being proposed, in particular for the door set to the left, number one. But look, I'm not going to keep pushing on that. I just want to see where we are on it with a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm a no.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right. Let's see here. We are now on to new business of September 13th. First application up is 38 Union Street. Do we have somebody to represent?
Yeah, I'm here, George Wayne.
Very good.
I'll sit off a couple, Mr. Chair, so.
Okay, that's fine. Let's see, where are we in the rotation? Has anybody been paying attention?
I have to sit off too.
Oh, you have to sit off too?
38 Union, I'm 44.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So,
you know what? I'm gonna sit off at 2, and then you'll,
Let's go.
I
Wow,
mean,
okay,
Jacqueline
no,
Welch,
hey,
someone
but-
could
yeah,
misperceive
I know,
we're
I know.
related.
I
What
was
is-
just giving some.
Yeah, me too. Now we got all 3 of them.
okay, so all 3 of our associate members are on. This is a historic moment, folks. We got to put a plaque up on the wall there. All 3 alternates get to sit.
Great.
Okay, so, and you're the lucky recipient. So let's see what you got going on at 38 Union.
Great.
Yeah, the microphone is yours. You get to talk now.
Oh, thank you. This is a proposal to add a covered deck out the back, in the backyard, out of her office. Go out and sit, and to change that ugly trim color all over that house to just white. That's the proposal I put in. So it's the covered deck and changing the trim color.
Mr. Wing, hang on just a sec, because we're getting our
Okay, no
information packages together, okay? Hold on.
Okay, no problem.
Stay tuned.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So, sorry, could you just start your narrative again?
Okay, it's a proposal to add a covered deck. Open,
Now,
no
a
windows.
covered
no
deck is also known as a porch, right?
Yeah, but it's covered. Yeah, there it is. And no windows, no screens.
That's a porch. Yep.
Porch, okay.
Okay.
Covered porch.
Mm-hmm.
Now, everything to the back of that railing and everything up there, that's existing. That's existing. So, then I'm adding, coming out of her office would be the French door unit with side lights. Okay. And to change, of course, changing all the color, the exterior color on the house to all the trim color to white.
Did you say the interior color or the exterior color?
No, exterior color of all the trims, windows, everything, doors to white. I've got some colors. Actually, it's kind of an ugly color. I'm colorblind, so I don't know what it is.
All right. Listen, I think we get the general overview here. One thing that's conspicuously missing are some elevations, meaning elevational drawings, of what you're proposing, because right now what we have is perspective views, but as far as I can tell, that's it. However, let's hear what Holly has to say about this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, I want to mention that there should be historic information included on this application. There was none, and this is a circa 1810 typical Nantucket within our old historic district. Very important to annotate on the application. The proposal for the 12 by 15 covered deck or porch, however you want to call it, and proposed trim to white. Mr. Chair just hit it nail on the head. Definitely need scale drawings are necessary for any proposal, especially to a historic structure. Anderson French doors with side lights are not appropriate to this historic structure. Make it simple, 12 light with a kick panel and no side lights. The proposed covered deck is awkward and inappropriate, should be designed more in keeping with the typical Nantucket vernacular. Covered decks or porches were not utilized on Nantucket before the Civil War. Per building with Nantucket in mind, porches are appropriate to a Nantucket building if kept simple and straightforward. Per page 118, a building with Nantucket in mind. In addition, it states, quote, if a porch is designed as a simple additive mass, a sloped roof will relate it to the main structure, end quote. The gable forward covered porch is not appropriate and this design should be reworked. You also do have some staff or some comments from the Historic Structures Advisory Group. They say this will probably be visible from the town pier parking lot, especially in the winter. Gable forward covered porches do not fit within the traditional Nantucket vernacular. They create an inappropriate negative mass. Covered porches should have an either shed or hipped roofs only. The long tapered shape isn't buildable without varying the roof pitch from one end to the other. This proposal needs simplifying and redesigning. It also needs to include properly drawn elevations. Those are comments, Mr. Chair.
Thanks a lot, Holly. And as I look at this, Mr. Wing, this is because it's not a rectangle and it's got a gable, you've got a rather formidable problem in front of you in terms of how that ridge works. Because either the ridge is going to have to pitch, which is not good, or the eaves are going to have to pitch, which is not good. So this needs to be looked at in a lot more detail for us to even get our arms around what it's actually going to look like, because you have this flat roof thing behind it that it's connecting into, and this gable is going to go kind of diagonally into that. And
Yeah, I was just maintaining that 5-foot setback. Kicks the
well, no,
angle.
I get, okay, I understand why you're doing it, but you're setting up a geometric problem that, Euclid would like to try and figure out.
Right.
So I think that in order to just sort of, I don't want to dismiss this, but I do believe firmly that the board is going to really need to see some elevations of this, and you're going to need to have somebody figure out the math on how that ridge would work, because a pitched ridge is not going to fly with this board. Pitched eaves are not going to fly with this board.
Right. Yeah.
So there's some interesting geometry that is going to happen as a result of this gable being at an angle. So I'm going to make a request of the sitting board members. And by the way, I'm going to say who the board members are just so that Terry has it for the record. Okay. So it's myself, Abby, Carrie, Jesse, and Connie. Okay? So I would like one of those folks to make a motion to hold this for more accurate drawings.
Can I make a suggestion?
You certainly
As
can.
an
Of
idea,
course.
a
Of
different
course you
idea?
can. Yes.
A shed roof off in the L shape rather than projecting off the building, but in this plan would make a whole lot of sense. Structurally, physically, you'd get almost the same footprint without being so unusual.
Very, very good suggestion. But now it's down to you to figure out which way you want to go. Okay, so was that a motion to hold for more complete drawing? Okay, that was Carrie's motion. On the motion, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you, Mr. Wing. We'll see you soon.
One question.
Yes.
Is what was just said about the L shape and all that? Is that going to be? Can I read that in the minutes?
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't hear it
basically,
all.
can you see our screen up there with the little
Yes.
pencil?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
All right, now this is, well, actually, I think that was that what you were gonna do? Oh, that, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's seriously easy. That's a very easy one. Whether that suits your needs or not, you have to decide, but that's what Carrie was suggesting. Okay?
Oh, okay. All right.
All right. Thank you,
Now, what about,
Mr.
what about the white trim? Could that be okayed or not? She wanted to paint the house.
I think it stays the same.
Well, So I'm getting some shaking of heads here, so I don't know. I myself, I'm okay with white trim. It's, sort of the default trim of choice in downtown areas, but you might get some pushback on that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I
Well,
offer Mr. Wing
yeah.
a suggestion? Mr. Wing, if
Yes.
maybe you could provide photographs of the streetscape of the two flanking houses next to it to see what it looks like within context.
Good idea.
Oh, okay.
Very good idea.
Will do. Yeah.
Okay.
And I can just drop those off to Esmeralda or some
You'd
other
bring that with
photographs?
your resubmittal with your drawings.
Right. Okay. No problem.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Wing.
you. Thank you.
Night, night. Okay, 19 Liberty Street. T&T, anybody? These guys don't like to show up at these meetings.
Mr. Chair.
Nobody?
I do not see TNT within the queue, but I could give you comments if you wanted to.
Go.
If that's, okay. So this, just for obviously important here, this is a circa 1760 typical Nantucket. It's a 2.5-story 4-bay with a central chimney. Again, historic information needs to be included on these applications, but this is simply to go from a 3-tab roof to an architectural roof. Obviously, you all do have an approved list. However, the application is asking for Georgetown gray architectural shingles, which are not on your approvable list within the OHG. So historically, obviously, the roof would have been wood. In this case, obviously it's asphalt. They're looking to do architecturals, understand the reason. So staff's recommendation would that this would be a black 3-tab for this pre-Revolutionary War structure.
So do we want to dispense with this and approve it as black?
Yeah,
The approved color?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, let's make sure we got, is
So-
everybody back at the table now? The regular board?
You're saying 3-tab.
Going to architectural.
She's saying 3-tab. But you.
Or I'll say a black 3-tab or a black architectural, I think it's called moire.
Which are
It
both
is.
approvable within the OHG.
So either one of those will, that's my motion to approve.
That's good.
Can I second the motion so we can have discussion?
Sure, yeah.
What about a pewter gray? That's approvable in an architectural.
Which gray?
Pewter gray.
You know,
They clearly want a gray.
I'm fine with that. I mean, we have approvable colors that we reviewed fairly rigorously for that reason. So could the motion include that?
I don't see why not.
Okay.
Thank you.
For them, they have a choice of 3, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to just, you want to amend your motion? What?
Yes, so the motion would be to, motion to approve architectural moire, 3-tab black or pewter
Pewter gray,
gray
architectural.
architectural.
Okay, those are the 3 choices that this applicant has that are approvable. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay, that's good, got that out of the way. Stephen, William, anybody here for 13 commercial?
Bill McGuire's here.
William, okay, what you got? Reduced structure.
Yes, I don't know if you recall this, but this is 13 Commercial Wharf. And you guys had approved a larger structure with via additions. And then we went to the Concom and they said, basically, we were out of our minds. So they're making us keep the existing footprint. So we're back to you with the changes, making it much smaller. If that makes sense.
William, yeah, I was afraid you were going to say reduce it to 0, but is it essentially the same layout, just smaller?
Yeah, you can see in the elevations that we've cut off a lot of the building, the addition. There was like an 8-foot extension on the addition. So at the bottom of the sheet is
Did
the
you also
existing west.
reduce the height? Or did
They
you?
increased the height.
Oh, you increased the height.
Well, because the client is looking for well, we didn't increase the height as far as the previous approval, but it's
Well, you
increasing
increased
it
the height
over
of
what's
the
there now.
gable, the intersecting gable. Yeah.
What about?
And they're also, we were allowed to infill the existing entryway that's on the northwest side of the building. And so that then we're moving the front door to the, I don't think these are the right drawings.
I was confused.
I'm getting more confused as you go on, Will, sorry.
Oh, here they are. These are the ones.
When
Yeah,
you say
so-
these, I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Chair.
ahead.
Well,
The
when you
ones with
say
the red-
these are the right ones, are you referring to what's on the screen?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
So it's the drawings with the red bubbles on them are the current ones. We had made an application and then the client asked for revisions, so I brought them in and so these are the revisions to the application.
So none of these are right.
So the bottom of each sheet is the approved, what was approved. And then the top of the sheet is what we're asking for now, the proposed changes. And then you can see the elevations in the photographs.
William, Bill.
Yes?
What's circled in red is what you would like to have rather than what you're changing.
Well, the part that's circled in red is showing what the change is from the drawing at the bottom of the sheet, which is what is currently approved.
Right. I'm confused and I gotta get a clarification, please. So
yeah,
in
sure.
the drawings that we have in front of us.
Yep.
If we turn to sheet HDC 4, not the ones on the screen, but the drawings we have in front of us. What's labeled in the lower right as existing north elevation has an HDC approval stamp saying no changes without HDC approval.
Right. These are the approved.
Which I would think would be on the proposed.
Well, these are the approved
No, I'm looking at
plans.
HDC 4.
Yeah, these are the ones that were previously approved. And so what we're doing is backtracking to a new application.
Can you click in, please, a little?
Because HDC 4 that we have in front of us, it doesn't have that.
I'm just confused by this is existing and this is HDC approved. I understand this could have been just a section of the sheet.
Oh.
That's the
Between this
previous.
and everything else, I understand it's the previous, but typically a complete application includes what was previously approved, the stamp sheet and as an original, and then what's being proposed. And this is
Right,
very
that's further
confusing.
on. If you can scroll up again, you'll see that.
I don't see the stamp set.
Oh, well, the larger ones are the stamp set. That was what was previously approved. The
It
first,
says existing.
the first drawings.
Yeah, I think this is too confusing. Well, I don't mean to set you guys back, but this is a little bit too confusing.
Well, the bottom half of the drawing that's on the screen now is from the approved set. It doesn't say stamp, but further up there. And so what we're doing is we're shortening the building by 8 feet or so on the east elevation. And then on the south elevation, we're changing the dormer on the second floor, the little dog dormer, to a repeating gable. So the bottom of the sheet are the the currently approved drawings.
And that's, and what's circled in red is what you're.
Is what we're changing, yes.
Right.
All right, so we see this. Let's see the other one again.
The other one shows the existing
I
too,
meant
that's
the-
why.
Other elevation?
The other elevation, yeah.
Where's, oh, this is approved.
Okay, there
Not
they are.
doing. I don't know where this was.
Hey, so Holly,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is an infill that was originally built in 2008 by Peter Phelps. And this is revisions to a previous approval in 2001 to raise the roof 1.5 inches and infill the existing entry. Staff's comments: the proposed revisions create an awkward hierarchy on the north and south elevations, which are the front and water side respectively. So there is of concern. HSAG provided some comments. The north elevation has multiple concerns. The front wall plane is now a continuous plane. It needs to be broken to create a dominant primary mass. The proposed gable on the right is awkwardly squeezed into the corner. It should be completely removed to allow for a horizontal eave line. The porch roof extends out over open space with no deck below, leaving a very tall, isolated corner post. The proposed changes to the west elevation create a secondary gable that is equal in height to the main gable. This needs to be dropped down as in an earlier approval to maintain the hierarchy. The fenestration all around is unorganized and should be more consistent. And those are their comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good comments.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Bill,
Yes?
it seems as though additionally, with regard to, you're taking away what was previously approved, what was formerly the main mass, let's just say on the west, is staying the same height, but you're lifting up the eave, so it's a shallower pitch. And
Yes.
I'm wondering what you're gaining by that. If you had the space in the former approval, why do you need space up in the gable?
The previous approval had a different interior, function. And so the owner is just looking to get more headroom in there
Yeah.
because they're now bedrooms. So, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. I think you've lost your hierarchy, for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. I think your previous, the one that was approved is more successful and quieter. I think the double gables on that north elevation is distracting and just not working for you.
And if, may I ask, the part about the porch with the long post on the left-hand side, if we brought it over to the end of the stairs, would that be okay? Shorten that porch up?
That would be better.
Well, that's one of the issues, yes.
Right.
That's
Yes, I know. I'm just trying to
that's what he
prioritize.
said. Right, okay. But, Abby, were you finished?
Yeah, I was just sticking on that elevation because it's hard to switch back and forth. So what, maybe we all comment on,
Let's see, Diane.
I'm not sure, actually listening to everything, exactly what is going on. I think that the approved north and now the new proposed north with the two gables is not good. I therefore say I think the approved north elevation is more, so it's sort of lost its architectural connection to houses along Commercial Wharf and around the corner on Washington Street. The west elevation, however, the old one, I don't like yeah, that's going to go. I don't know, I think it needs some revisions and coming up with a roof eave. The eave drops on that proposed west elevation, like what, 6 inches? So, and there's no real additive massing. The only thing that's additive is that porch and the empty porch. I really think it needs some pulling together.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Stephen?
I agree with comments that have been made.
Yeah, me too. And I think that the HSAG comments were spot on in terms of, the competing gables, having to reintroduce the eave line, reintroduce the break between the two gables, all the features that made the earlier proposal more successful. There we go. So should we move for some revisions? Sounds great. Thank you, Diane. All those in favor of Diane's motion to hold for revision, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, very good. There you go.
Right.
Thank you, William.
Thank you. All right,
Okay,
have a good night.
7 Bunker Hill. Do we have Joseph?
Yes, you do,
All
sir.
right. Okay, very good. Oh, that would have been me. No.
Whoever's driving the bus, if they want to go to the north elevation.
I guess it was all, no.
It was the regular. Sorry, Joe, what?
No, he's got it. Whoever's right driving the bus has got it. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
So pretty simple. Originally, we had a exterior egress stairway down to the basement, and we want to eliminate that. So we are bringing that exterior wall over and bringing the exterior stair to the inside of the structure, and then did some minor adjustments and tweaks to balance out the windows. And that's pretty much it.
Seriously, we're just looking at this one elevation, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, you can go to the front, but that really is the vast majority of the work raised that elevation.
Okay, all right. I trust you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you all reviewed and approved this dwelling, I think, last year. And SAG, the Sconset Advisory Group, provided comments on the revisions. They said the scale and massing are inappropriately large for this narrow corner lot. Increasing width and height of the north gable exacerbates concerns of scale and massing, competes with the main gable, creates a monolithic 55-foot east elevation, and diminishes the depth and dimension of the new street facing, on the north elevation, with the loss of the main gable wall area to the ground and window. There's a note, 10-foot front setback is not met on Bunker Hill. There is a 10-foot setback on north elevation, but this clearly reads as the side of the house that the address is Bunker Hill, and there is no access from the new street to the north elevation. On a side note, I did not look at that comment in its entirely, but I do agree as far as understanding the reason for the changes. But I do think that the previous approved elevation was more successful. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Board members?
I'll go.
Thank you.
Hey, Joe, could you just do like a porch shed roof over that stairwell instead of?
Yeah, if you don't mind that. I mean, I could do the broken back, which is on the west elevation.
On the other side too?
Yeah, if that's what you want, I could do that quite simply. I was trying to minimize all the jigs and jogs and breaks, but yeah, it's,
Okay.
I'm not a voting member, so.
Okay, thanks, Val. Who's next? Anybody? Come on now.
Somebody played a joke and they stapled all my.
Yeah, everything backwards. Yeah, go ahead, Diane.
So you have raised the ridge on.
I can't hear Diane.
Are you turned on?
Oh, I'm sorry. You have raised the ridge over on the west elevation?
Yes, 1 foot 9 inches from the original approval.
For what, to get more room in that particular spot, or?
No, it's just to take that exterior stairway and enclose it. You know, it was where it was on the east elevation, the back of the house. We just thought it was going to get moldy and slippery, so we just decided to, you know, bring it into the building.
It seems to be on that particular east elevation where that open well you're getting rid of, that roof seems to be very long, very high. And it would be good, I think, to, if you could, I don't know what's up there, but to bring it down somewhat. So not as low as the deck on the left, but bring it down so it's above the edge of the roof. Just bring it down somewhat, foot and a half. You raised it a foot and a half. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, originally when we came through it, you asked for a broken back, and I had that, and so we went to the broken back, and so I'm starting to see my tail here.
And I like the back, I just, it's hard to pick up.
No, I got it.
Okay, that's all.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Abby, ready?
I don't really have any comments. I think it's okay, the way you've changed it. Thank you.
Stephen.
Yeah, I agree with Abby.
Interesting. So do
That's what
I.
faces the street.
This one?
Is that it?
Yeah.
You know, it's funny because when Val first proposed the idea of having the broken back over the staircase, I thought, oh, yeah, that's a nice way to handle it. But you had said something about the simplicity of this form, and I do think that given the choice between having like the proverbial witch's hat with a broken back on both sides and just having this coming down straight, I'd rather have the latter. So I also am okay with this proposal. So how about a motion from someone?
Motion to approve as submitted.
There it is. Okay, so all those in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
So that's 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay, thanks. And now we're to 5, bye, Joe. And now we're to 5 Orange Street. Oh, where is he?
He's on there.
He's on there? Okay.
Ye of little faith.
Ye of little faith. Oh, and we need, okay, we need an associate on here. So what's our rotation? Because we had all 3 of you the last time. Connie, you. Okay.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, thanks, Val. That's great.
All right.
Ready?
Oh, Connie. Hey, Connie, I'm sorry. An associate member just sat off, so we still have the regular board. Sorry. I goofed on that.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Luke, go for it.
Thank you. Well, this is 5 Orange Street. The Widow's Walk was previously approved as background. And now we're moving to the rear, to the north elevation, in particular, the rear portion of the north elevation. And yeah, right there. We're removing a kind of a double bay window and some various vent systems and a door that's sort of crammed in the corner, and trying to make a little more pleasant the entry process into the back of the house. This is tucked. You know, you go up the steep driveway. If you maybe you need to look at the. This is not visible. You have to go up a steep driveway, and this is tucked in the elbow of that rear wing. And so we're basically trying to create a little little entry area into the kitchen with a door that looks more fully through the garden room beyond, and just clean up, essentially just sort of clean up that elevation. We're not doing anything on the second floor. We are proposing a skylight, though, however, on the roof. That's what we're proposing for the north elevation, which is, again, up the driveway to the left. Then if we go around back, this building's pretty much stayed almost exactly as it is for a long, long time. But in the back, on the west elevation, at some point, probably in the last 30 years, there are four simulated, thermal pane casement windows that we're proposing to remove and add a 12-light door and one of those fold-out windows, which for the most of the time will look more like a picture window, but it's a 20-light window. The owner's hoping to, he's pretty meticulously approaching the interiors of this house and in a very sensitive way to preserve the building as it's always been. But in the rear and in this portion, which is probably the newest part of the house, certainly by virtue of its previous 4 windows, hoping he can open it up to the back garden with this window, this fold out window. And we'd also like to propose that window on the south elevation on the first floor. It is again tucked sort of back doubly behind the architectural faces. So it's very, very low visibility. I'm not sure you can see this one either. I suppose there's a remote chance from the church. Well, from the church you can see it. And then above on the south elevation on the second floor, he's trying to organize his bedroom. It's a very small bedroom, which again, we're not affecting interiorly very much, but he wants to make better use of the space for the bed and make more organized the bed wall. And so we're proposing 2 windows that are sort of like centered over the bed. And those windows, if it pleases the board, could be separated if need be. And then as for the widow's roof walk, we're adding a rear scuttle. The owner wanted to be able to get up there a little more easily, so we're proposing a rear scuttle with a more of a better staircase to get up.
Hey, Luke.
Yeah.
Luke, my friend, I think we get it.
Okay.
All right. Besides, Holly is she's going to sweep in and have a lot to say about this, I'm sure. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Holly.
Mr. Chair. So this is a circa 1772 federal It's individually significant, built by Captain Silas Jones. It's actually been Habs documented, and my understanding anecdotally that this stopped the Great Fire of 1846 from going up
Oh my
Orange
gosh,
Street. So this
that
is
would
a
make
very
sense.
significant structure because of its brick.
Wow, yeah.
As far as the addition goes, first, as if you could go up to that PDF, I just wanted to mention, I was able to pull the 1898 Sanborn map, and I didn't want to show that, which I think was not included in your application, Luke, which normally you do have all of them, but this one wasn't in there. I just wanted to show that the rear L was there at that time. Which, so it's obviously a significant part of the structure as well. But I wanted to question on when the roof walk was approved, because I do not remember that, and I believe in this very faint, really hard digital copy, and I didn't get to look at the hard copy, so I apologize. It looked like it was done within the last couple of years, and I do not remember that. So Luke, I would love to have a clarification on when that was.
Cited a certificate on
Yes, which
And
is,
were you unable to
I
find?
could not, well, I couldn't read it, so. if
Oh,
you could-
actually, I can,
2022.
if it makes any difference.
That would be great.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
HDC, I wonder what that stands for, 2022. Wait a minute. Is this HDC, Luke?
Yeah,
The verbiage says roof walk, HDC approved, painted white. Does this HDC certificate just have to do with the painting of the roof walk or the actual like approval of the roof
it was
walk?
the entire approval.
Okay, so here you go, Holly. HDC 2022-06-6578.
I'd highly believe that. I'm sorry. I'd hate to say that, but,
You do not?
because if that's the case, it would have to gone on consent. And I don't remember looking at anything to bless anything like that to go on consent. So, yeah,
No,
I would love,
It didn't go on consent. It was, I presented it, and I presented it with photographs that showed the exact, well, two things. One, there was a previous approval a number of years ago. And then it was secondly supported by photographs of a duplicate Widow's Walk that had been there in the past. And,
So you're recreating one that was
oh
historic?
yeah, it's exactly historic. And I included photographs. There were two photographs I included. And again.
Okay,
again, it was on the
well,
back of the-
all right, so we just need to, we're gonna research this from our end.
Thank you, Luke.
Not
Yeah.
that we doubt you, but just to make sure.
comments on the proposal, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. The rear French doors, although existing and are not visible, should be a 12 light with a kick panel as consistent with your type of approvals for, on such a historic structure. The fenestration changes to the rear L seem to be consistent with the additional openings. I do like to, put a caveat on anytime you're adding an additional fenestration to a historic L, you're actually taking out historic material to add that new window, any other type of fenestrations. So those are my comments. HSAG's comments. Pictures would be appreciated, and I highly agree with that. Although the copies that I saw was black and white. Are these from the? These are from the agency submissions folder. Oh, okay. This is the roof walk application. How come nobody remembers this? This is crazy.
So this is actually this application in front of you is actually to remove the skirt of the roof walk. So it must have been approved prior to that.
Okay, so we need, okay.
Approved like years ago.
Something, yeah. Because this, I'm looking at it, the same thing right now, and it's.
Interesting.
So the
Again, that
historic
would
picture is
definitely
provided.
nice to be indicated, but here's the additional comments. Thank you, Ez. More information should be submitted showing the age of the proposed windows to be removed. Agree with that too. The wings show on the early Sanborn maps that may contain original or at least historic windows. The extra wide 10/10s are unusual and should be changed to two 6/6s. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank
Okay,
you.
Holly, thanks a bunch. All right, folks. Your turn. Yeah, Abby's wants to go.
Okay, I don't want to go, but I will go. Originally, when I saw this, I was like, oh, this is, I like this renovation, and I think it's appropriate. And I think it's better than what was there, so that's good, because those are just, you know, a string of, you know, no munted windows and sort of 50s. Yeah, I'd like to clear up the roof walk. If it was going to be approved, I'd like to make sure that that's in writing, like what exactly happened at what time, and, you know, when the skirt came off, when it was approved, and when the skirt came off. I didn't realize there were original windows being taken out, so I would, of course, be opposed to that. But other than that, I think it's a good renovation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I just been looking at this, I don't understand what all the.
Mike.
Mike. Yeah. All the roof walk openings, they're on the west elevation existing. There's one on the left-hand side of the little addition there at the door and window changes. There's one to the right of it that says S and L. There are the things up above underneath the roof of wide subtle cedar hatches to go up. There are all these hatches or something that are hard to make any sense out of. So I don't know why. There are 3 of them on this side of the house. If they're there, they would stay, but why are they there?
They're skylights.
You want me
Yeah,
to tell you?
but
So
is that a
the,
skylight? He's added one
Yeah.
there.
The
Yeah,
lower,
you got one.
the lower one is a big skylight that looks right into the bathroom, basically on the 3rd floor. The one on the right-hand side.
Luke, she's talking actually about the lower one that's on the hipped roof that I believe you're adding.
Yeah, what is that?
Oh, that's a skylight to the middle. It basically drops down to the hallway below, right in front of the washer dryer. And that's our proposal, is to get some daylight into that area.
Right, so you're adding a skylight, and then the thing obviously that you're asking for under the roof walk is the scuttle to get up to the roof walk.
Right.
Right. Okay. Continue, Diane. sorry.
No, it just seems to be a lot of skylights all on one side of the building. I appreciate using the lower things. I think the window thing down in the southwest is good. On the west elevation existing, I'm not terribly fond of those 4 one-pane glass with the skylight 1, 2, 3 up above.
They're going away,
Yeah, that's existing.
getting rid of those.
They're all going away. Good,
It's
good.
coming to this.
Yeah, well, I like that better. I would like to propose better than the other. It's just a lot to see and trying to put together, and remember, it's all in brick and withstood the fire, so
Mhm.
that's what I would add.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Val, you ready?
I have no concerns actually with this application. I know that there was a comment about the 10 lights, but I think I like those better than like a double mold window together, and the panes reflect the windows that are there. And it's got this really cool sunroom on the back already. It just seems to all fit together. I don't have any concerns. The
Okay.
roof walk would be the concern.
Well, I think I have an idea on that one, but thank you, Val, and Stephen, your turn.
Sure. I think that the changes are appropriate. That's quite a roof walk. That's how roof walks should be. No skirts. It's a little long. But it does show, I just want to say that the certificate number that Luke referenced does indicate in the summary that it's a revision or it is
It was renewal.
renewal.
The
Roof
application-
walk to match historic.
I
Revision.
think I remember him.
So I looked through the drawings. It's difficult to tell. There's a kind of a mishmash of different drawings, I think, to substantiate the prior approval, but I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of it. On the roof walk itself, I don't think it's inappropriate. It is more than our 1/3, but it by just a hair. But I think that gambrel supports it. I will just comment though on the gambrel, can we see the side elevation? Steep. Just having that almost third full story carries the weight and the width of those chords so much more appropriately than if it were just a 2-story. And the last note is that most of Main Street was gambrels before the Great Fire.
Is that right?
Yep.
Nah,
Yeah.
come on.
Yep, up and
Were
down.
you
Oh my
there?
gosh, wow,
Up and down.
amazing. Thank you, Stephen. So my view of the roof walk is even though Luke bubbled the whole roof walk, he's not actually requesting it. It was theoretically already approved. That's something that we can certainly, well, Stephen has done a bit of research on it, but I don't think the request is being made of us to approve the roof walk. Request being made of us is to approve the scuttle on the back side of this building to get to the roof walk, which I'm fine with. And I'm also fine with all of the various things that you're changing. And I think that this would fall under what the Concom calls a net benefit, where the things that you're replacing you're replacing things that probably should be replaced anyway with things that will look better. So I'm okay with this. Anyway, what should we do with this, folks?
Motion to approve is submitted
And can we just throw just a protective mechanism in there that would
with
say?
the caveat that we get the
Yeah, get to the bottom of the
approval for the roof
approval.
walk
Yeah,
included.
that's all, that we make sure that that's all fine. Because if it's not, for some reason, then obviously the scuttle will be moot.
Mr. Chair, can that be through staff so it'd be easier to track?
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
definitely. Okay.
Absolutely through staff.
Okay.
Thank you.
So there's Val's motion. All those in favor of Val's motion? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that sails. Okay,
Very much.
thanks, Luke. Liz Almodovar, are you there, Liz?
It might not be, but it's very straightforward.
Should we just go for it?
wouldn't have done that,
Okay.
so-
Like kind windows and doors. Oh, and on Atlantic Ave. Is Atlantic Ave in the OHD? I guess so. It's green.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Like all of it,
Um,
right up to the crossroads there, I guess. Huh?
it is.
Yeah, okay.
If we're gonna go through this, I don't see it controversial, is what I was gonna say.
Sorry, did you say it's?
I don't think it's controversial.
You don't? Okay.
This is the little house that the Almodovars all grew up in.
Really?
Threw up in or?
Grew up in.
Grew it up in?
Okay.
And, yeah, maybe. They're just replacing the windows and at the sizes and shapes that they are, and a door.
In like kind? Oh, it says like kind window replacement. Oh, boy. Okay, well, shucks. That is pretty easy. Holly?
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
thank
yeah.
you. This is a circa 1930 cottage. There actually is an old HDC survey on file, like kind, window and door placement, obviously wood, TDL, white sacks, 6/6. Doors, I think 15 light with white slab. And no comment, no concerns. And HSAB group also had no concerns, so slam dunk.
Motion to approve is submitted.
There we are. Regular board, all those in favor of Val's motion to approve is submitted,
Aye.
say aye. Any opposed?
You got good
There we are.
houses.
Okay, so now I'm stepping aside for a moment. Stephen, if you could do the next couple.
It's good to see it. Like,
All right.
you've got
41 Holbrook.
houses, I have 100 of them.
Good evening, Lisa.
Hi,
Give us a moment to get set up.
no problem.
That's for you. That's 5 orange.
Mr. Chair, who's on this?
It is gonna be.
It's new business, I think, yeah.
Might be.
Here, maybe? Because,
Okay,
yeah,
we're
I
gonna take a
didn't,
maybe.
I didn't go the last time.
Yeah,
I was-
so Connie will be on
There
this
was
one.
confusion.
Okay,
So your board will be Val, Diane, Abby, myself, and Connie.
okay. This is an existing building at 41 Holbert Avenue. It's a contemporary building. I think it was built in the 2000 maybe, or can't remember actually. But it's certainly been renovated. It has Pella windows, no muttons. Basically, what we're proposing is to raise it to be compliant with resilient Nantucket standards, bringing it up to the minimum flood zone elevation. And in doing so, we're adding an entrance to the side of the building. And I believe that is the east side. We're going to keep the garage doors that face the street, but down at the lower level, because that's going to be sort of a storage area for bikes and things like that. But other than that, the rest of the building will be up at the flood zone.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, there is an HDC survey on file for this, and it was built in circa 1983.
Okay, thank you. I thought you liked-
Called Time Flies.
Oh, it was Hammy Heard's house.
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
Val, it was, yeah. I
And
remember
as you
that.
can see on the HDC survey, it's pretty much the same gambrel structure that's there today. This proposal is what we consider a low elevation proposal within your resilient Nantucket design guidelines. It's a 3.4 foot elevation and change. The elevation is understandable. My only main comment on this is that maybe there's a way to mitigate the proposed elevated height and maybe bring the shingle course down a little bit to give that feel to the street. I would mention that the batten doors on the structure should remain, but appreciate keeping the stairs the same. And as we do we would want to have an elevation certificate. HSAG, comment was very simple. The garage doors should remain as batten doors as they are now. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Who would like to begin?
I'm okay with this application, and I like Holly's suggestion of maybe bringing the shingle lines down a little bit, not as low as it was, but that's it.
Okay. Diane?
Yep, I agree with that.
That's so the foundation
That's-
doesn't show as much?
Well, because that's the part that's right on the street.
Well, there was a hedge in front of it. I have a picture. But it doesn't matter. I don't mind bringing it down, but I can show you that there is I think there's some photos in the maybe Esmeralda can scroll down. There should be some photos. There's the street view. So
Okay.
really what you're going to see is the doors, and I have no problem going back to batten doors if that's preferred.
Yeah, I that's what I was going to say. I think
Yeah, that's fine.
I like those batten doors a lot. I think they're appropriate. Simple.
And I think, did we submit a letter did you get a letter from the surveyor, Holly? That Tammy Paul Santos. It might not have been part of this application, would have been sent after, but
Paul's pretty good about those.
yeah, I'll double check. I think I got it.
Abby, did you have anything else to add?
No, sorry, that's it.
Okay, so can I just get a clarification? Can we go to the west elevation? What is the material going to be? Oh, this is just revisions to the
Existing building,
existing with respect to the height though, too.
the
correct?
height and adding that staircase on the door.
Right, so what is your foundation material going to be?
It's going to be concrete with flood, the smart vents.
Okay.
I
And
need to
then
show those.
Which is our street elevation?
With the one with the garage door.
Can we go to the south, please?
So will the hedges be back?
Yes.
So I guess just the question for me is the visibility of concrete. It's a kind of a tall foundation wall on that, obviously on the street side, and then the others. And then the other thing is I think, you know, having recently looked back into the design flood elevation in connection with some discussion we were having on another property, I would like to verify, just as a matter of policy, what zone we are in when we approve, because there's two zones that have different requirements. And the A zone is 2 or above the design flood elevation. And I think at the HTC, we would say the minimum required would be to the design flood elevation. And the AO zone is not less than the design flood elevation. So in both instances, basically design flood elevation would be the benchmark, I would think, not design flood elevation plus some other number, because the design flood elevation already includes a number above the base flood elevation, which is a lot of detail to say that it builds in a protective measure for the structure when there's a flood. So then to go above the design flood elevation is a height that is, hear me out, unwarranted relative to the FEMA requirement and the building code requirement.
Right.
And therefore, architecturally, aesthetically, with regards to the setting, it's a taller building than it necessarily needs to be. So my point is that's background information. I think we would want to know what zone this is, and then confirm that it's set to the minimum design flood elevation.
Yeah, my understanding is it's the building code requires you to be 1 foot above the base flood elevation.
Which would be your design flood elevation.
Exactly. So I believe this is actually, and I think there is a letter, and I can check my email, but this is in zone 9, which puts this floor at 10 or 10.2, which is what the neighbor is at.
Okay.
The Lawrence.
So that's all I would ask we substantiate.
That's fine.
And then the other thing is what are we thinking with respect, you're going to stick with the parged concrete?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at the pictures, I mean, there's so little, I mean, I don't mind bringing the shingle down, and we can certainly do a water table kind of a detail. Would you rather see skirting? It's.
That's what we've done on the other ones.
Yeah, I'm thinking it wouldn't be bad to see the option. And I wouldn't think continuing to bring the shingle line down.
Yeah.
Too much
concerned about that personally.
Well, I wouldn't bring it too much lower. I was thinking of just bringing it to that red line. That's.
No, I wasn't referring to your comment, Dale.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea, because it's going to bringing the shingles down is going to throw off the first floor. It's going to look weird.
Yeah.
Whereas if you just say, okay, now it's foundation, it's going to read more true.
Yeah.
I would bring it down to that red line.
Yeah.
That's right below it. It's about a foot. I don't think that looks odd.
All the way around or just on the proposed south?
Well, you have a whole deck on the north where you're not going to see it, and I would probably bring it around to the sides as well.
But on the east, can we see the east elevation? So you'll see, how much of the east will you see from Hulbert, Lisa?
Just down a little alley. It's pretty tight. If you go to the site plan, you'll see how these buildings are located next to each other.
Okay.
And the Loring's house is south, on the east side, and they actually share a boardwalk that goes between them. It's extremely tight, but, you know, so I don't really think you'll see very much of
Yeah,
that.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think just mitigate to some extent that the height of the
If you want to
foundation
look at the
wall.
locus and blow it up, you can really see how tight the buildings are.
Just to reiterate, I think try and mitigate some of the foundation wall that's
Mhm.
exposed on Holbert Ave. And then we need to verify the zone and the design
Mhm.
flood elevation.
Okay.
Does anyone have any additional thoughts? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve with some minor mitigation on the front facade facing Hulbert with regard to the concrete.
And the batten doors.
And the batten doors to remain batten doors and flood certificate verification through staff.
And show where the vents are going?
Yeah, and the
Oh,
smart
and the
fence.
vents, okay.
Yeah, we can add
Thank you.
those.
Can we clarify that? So the flood certificate basically can say anything you wanted to say. There's a design flood elevation and
You
then,
tell me what you want it to be and that's.
no, I'm
what
just
I-
trying so we all understand how those work.
I don't.
So
Well,
basically, design flood elevation is the target.
Mhm.
So we would say to elevation certificate to verify the design is designed to the design flood elevation.
That.
It's a lot of word, but blame the federal government. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, on the motion,
Aye.
any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Val, will you write up the first part and I'll write up the second part?
No.
I think I've submitted
Okay,
letters from
yes.
Paul Santos before, which I think are appropriate. Right, Holly? I think he lists the base flood elevation, the design
I will
elevation.
say Paul usually does a really good job of indicating that. So we
Yeah.
should just have it with the application when it comes in.
Yeah, I think I forwarded it afterwards, I'm sorry. Are these the new, oh yeah, these are the newest ones, okay. But I do have a change because there's something wrong on these elevations. So this is, are we moved on? Do I have my board? Did we
Yeah, it
finish
will
the last
be,
one? Sorry,
this is 32.
yeah.
So this will be Val, Diane, Abby, myself, and who's in the rotation?
That'll be me.
Jesse.
So these are revisions to 32 Holbert. The major revisions are to request that chimney again in the dormer. We actually put a second chimney on to sort of balance it, but the chimney location in the previously approved just really doesn't work. I remember Diane asked me if it did, and I was like, oh, we'll get it to work, but it doesn't work. So this was my solution. The other changes on the north were just some minor modifications to the windows on the bottom floor. And then this request changing the windows on the second floor, but we're not actually going to do that, and they're going to go to the previously approved, which is down below. They're staying as B windows.
I think I understand. Holly?
Oh, well, no, that's not everything.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Unless, let's see, then on the, no changes to that elevation. This one, which we're adding a little single-story shed roof on the side, and you see that from the east elevation. That's the only kind of massive change, that one.
Stephen, I just put an and then left the line.
I can go.
I'm not sure. Are we done?
I'm done, but Holly
Okay,
wants to
we're
speak.
probably done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you all have seen this proposal and approved it through staff. This revision is basically mostly about chimney. But I just want to mention that the chimney added to the west as proposed looks odd. The staff approval requested
Hey,
it
guys, please.
on this elevation adjacent to the roof walk, as shown on the plans. On the west, that one-story added mass looks fine and no concerns with the fenestration changes. HSAG mentioned the previous approval was approved on the condition that the chimneys be placed as shown. If it is inappropriate to return to rearrange them and place one in a very awkwardly location on outside edge of a shed dormer. Other changes, no concerns. So yes, I just want to mention that again. The staff approval was for the chimney to be adjacent to the roof walk, and this changes it and not has it in relationship to the roof walk as they
Right.
usually are. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard.
That's why I added the second chimney, to give it more balance.
Yeah, so Lisa, just for clarification, on the screen, can we go to the north elevation,
Yeah.
please?
Those windows shown on the bubble there were shorter. And they were changed to Gs, and they actually want to remain Bs, which was what was previously approved.
So the difference between this and what you proposed, this and what you proposed there, is not to change the second floor windows.
Yes, although if it's easier just to approve these, I'm fine with that.
No, I just want to make sure
Okay.
we're clear what we're looking at the
Yeah.
difference. Because I'm looking at it online so I can facilitate
Yeah,
this
yeah.
stuff, so I want to make sure I understand. Okay, Holly, you spoke. Who would like to comment?
I will. I'm good with it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Concerns?
Just the chimney, the height seems so high.
Well, just make it to code.
It's, yeah.
Not that it's appropriate or inappropriate, it's cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Cool.
It looks historic.
It's gonna be cool to get out here at 8:30.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Any other concerns?
No,
Okay, how about a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, and then, can I get a second on that?
Second.
Okay, so just for discussion, is this the one that has the open design flood elevation on it too? Or this was just the roof walk you showed me?
No, this, I remember you had a couple of them. I want to say
This is, we're waiting for Arcus Bar to
Okay.
clarify a letter.
Right, so, and then this is the one that is gonna be,
The house spans 2 flood zones.
so
Yes.
that's the differential you're proposing?
It's on, no, it's gonna be at the same level, but we have to be at the higher flood zone.
Right, that's what I mean, the
Yeah, yeah.
differential in the flood. and
Yeah,
the
so
des-
that's also, at elevation 9 is the base flood elevation. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna have a Thursday special meeting to talk about design flood elevation. It's gonna be wonderful. Okay, so on the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Great, thank you.
All right. Bill, did you pass that down? That other application?
it stopped.
Okay, oh, Carrie, you're repping this?
Yes, this
Okay.
is me.
41 Hulbert, time flies.
All right.
No, I did not. Yes, I did.
Ray wasn't on that.
What's
I
that?
just put.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
and
it's
then
not.
left it. May I, take a 2-minute break?
You want to sit off of this?
Yes, please.
Okay, who's in the, oh,
I mean, both of us.
no,
it would be one.
just
right,
one.
'cause Carrie's out, but she's,
Yeah.
yeah. Sorry.
I haven't been paying attention, so
I would have been clear now, yeah.
it's you. Okay, Connie, just for the record, Connie's on this one. Because Val's sitting off.
Yes.
That's for you, Terry. Okay. Okay. Carrie Thornwell, new dwelling. Tell
Yep.
us about it.
This is a new dwelling for Pat Tafe and Carol Muling at 17 Okerwa Ave, I think it is, not Way. It's a new dwelling. It's on an existing property that has a almost 1 1/4 story cottage on the property. So this house will be behind that. This is a photograph taken from the street. It's a really lush property. You can see on the left, there's kind of a darkness back there. That's the cottage. And this house is going behind that. It's about 240 feet off the road. It's basically, the thought was sort of a barn that's been converted into a dwelling, and then the dwelling is sort of added onto the back of it with all one-story pieces. There's a lot of additive massing, but the main mass right there is a full 2 stories. And you can see the side elevations as it drops down and then down more. So it's sort of a rambling house. It's very simple. It's set in the trees. I'm not going to say it's going to be invisible, but it's going to be invisible. And that's all.
Can I infer from the cottage corners that it's going to be natural trim or?
Actually, the trim will be Nantucket or Quaker gray, I believe.
Oh, okay.
No, sorry. Trim is Nantucket gray, and the
Yeah.
sash are sandtone, and the roof would be pewter.
Asphalt, obviously.
Yes,
Yeah.
yep. And that's basically matching the house that exists on the property that's in
Cottage
front
at
of
the
this.
front.
Sorry?
The
The
cottage
in the
is
front,
at the
yes.
front of the property.
Yep.
So the interesting thing that I noted was that from that shot that you took from Ochre Wall, you can't even see the cottage, right?
No, that's right. You can see it sort of as a dark mass in the trees,
And
but
this is obviously behind
yeah,
that.
and they have really lush, wonderful landscape sense, so they leave a
Yeah,
lot
okay.
natural and then near the buildings there.
All right, thank you. I think that says it all. Comments? Anybody?
I think it looks good.
I would agree. Yeah. Thank you. Short and sweet, Diane, thank you.
Alrighty.
Okay,
Make
anybody
a
else?
motion to approve.
Well, let's make sure.
Oh,
I actually have one very small comment, but it's kind of like, does it even matter because of the lack of visibility? But Abby?
Yeah, I also only had a smear of a comment. You know what I think would look really great on this building would be a
Cupola.
chimney.
Oh.
Well, I don't know. I want just something. It's so simplistic, which I love, and
It's
I
very,
like that.
and it's very horizontal.
And that combination
Very
of
horizontal.
I see where you're going with the tiled roof, the pewter and the Nantucket gray, whatever that was. Yeah, it's quiet, but I think a large, simple chimney, warmed by the fire.
Yep, I could probably not have a problem having them agree to that.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Stephen?
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. Mine would be a cupola. I think it tends to look more barn-like structure than.
I was kidding about the cupola.
I'm not, I'm
But she's,
thinking.
her concept is a barn.
I know.
Cow.
I always throw that in because it's like, we always have such a knee-jerk reaction to cupolas when they come in.
Oh, and vertical board siding.
Oh, yeah.
Don't.
Connie?
I have nothing else. I think a chimney would be cute.
Okay. So what I was gonna say, although I'm kind of retracting my thoughts on this, I wasn't loving the 2 light casement windows on the second floor. A, they're not gonna be visible, and B, I realized that what you're doing is you're basically taking the top half of the double hung sash down below. I mean, it's exactly the same size as the top sash. So from that perspective, it does make sense. So I'm kind of cool with this, whatever the rest of the board members want to append to it.
Very spiritual.
You know, I'm fine.
It's very hard to see.
I think it's gonna be like impossible to see.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, so we do have a motion to approve as submitted.
The option of a chimney.
Or a cupola.
I'm game with both of those. Do you want to, should that be part of the motion?
Sure.
Okay.
As a requirement or just?
No, not as a, neither one of them is a requirement.
Okay.
This is the kinder, gentler HDC.
I'll just add appropriately sized cupola.
Okay.
I know how Luke
That's,
is.
that's right.
You saw that roof block he put on that was on Orange Street.
Oh, yeah, that thing, right. It was longer than the ridge. Okay, so let's see, on Stephen's motion.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, great. I'll write that up. Okay, so you got a pool out there.
Thank you. Yes, it's behind the house. It's trying to stay not too far away from the house. They really love their,
Does it show up on this site plan?
big landscape.
Probably could save our
Yeah,
poor
it's right
staff.
behind you, Ray.
Oh, yeah, there we go. 20 by 40 right behind the house with a little bit of a terrace around it.
Yeah.
Anybody?
I'm down with that.
Okay,
Motion to approve is submitted.
okay, there it is. Motion to approve is submitted. Same board, by the way, including Connie. So on that motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay, very good, thanks. All right, now we got Ethan.
Val, you want to sit on mine?
Let's see.
Does Val want to
Val.
sit on mine? You want to?
Hey.
Why, what happened?
It's just the joy of the experience. I'll sit off this one.
So let's see, you're sitting off of this. Connie just went. But Jesse,
Well, it's the same application.
no.
No, that,
Oh, this is
the
different.
last.
No, we just did Carrie's too. She was on both of those.
Oh,
You're on,
okay.
you're on Ethan's.
Okay, sorry. Got it. Thank you.
Yep,
This house is very visible because it's under the runway. It's the airport.
cool, man.
It's 520 square feet. It's sitting in that location because the other side is the ocean. To the right is the airport. To the left is the ocean, and that's at the septic field. And it's a second dwelling, 22 feet high and 21 feet high. Everything's to match the main house, which is the windows, white trim, wood roof, roof pitch angles, all that stuff.
You have a picture of the main house?
Yeah, if you scroll up, or it's in that, no, that's the main, oops, below is the main house, original plans done in the 80s. If you scroll down, who's in charge of scrolling? That's the main house. Whoop, there we go. Whoop, okay, whatever. Okay, never mind. If you scroll all the way down, keep going, there's the main house. Okay, so.
Oh.
Yeah, it's 20% smaller. That I did. That's not my submission.
Jamoli's parents' house?
No, the name is not that. But if you scroll up, what Holly, that picture you're looking at, that's a picture of the main house.
Always not scrolling.
Yeah, I know, but they can get to that.
Is that it?
That's it.
Yeah, see it.
There it is. Yeah, love it. Yeah, totally love it.
So we're matching all this stuff.
Okay, so we'll go back to the proposed now.
What's it show? Is there a main house?
No, so Ethan,
Yep.
this is the guest house for this. So it would appear to be taller. Is
It's
that
22 feet.
yours?
Yeah.
And how tall is the house?
Shorter, it's one story. Or
Oh,
one story
okay,
with
okay,
It's only
so it's
21
taller,
feet.
but it's only 20.
Yeah.
the 22, the highest point, the other portion is 21.
All right, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the only thing is that these are almost two different styles. And what's pulling them together? What's the?
The distance between the two.
is,
They're far apart and they're
Okay.
the same color, same roof, same trim window.
okay. All right, so maybe somebody else on the board can do this, but I think they should be more similar in architecture, but I don't,
Same
off
roof
the top
connection.
of my head, I don't have any idea how to do that.
Yeah, I think what you're reacting to, Abby, is the fact that the one-story house is so incredibly simple. Like this has a lot of second floor parapeted decks, dormers, this vertical mass on the south elevation, the very vertical mass. In other words, there's simplicity about the main house that this does not share.
But it's darn cute.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go taller. Removing the dormers kind of defeats the second floor, keeping it short.
Well, if it went any taller, you'd probably get the ridge knocked off by the plane wheels.
It looks stupid. And they wanted to keep the footprint small.
Well, getting rid of the owl.
Here, let's hear from some of the other. The owl is going to be the first thing to go.
Well, that's prevent the wind, as you know. Owls are put there for when you have a fire in the fireplace from the back.
No,
Well,
I know. I'm
yeah.
talking about the planes flying over.
Oh, well, we'll put a blinking red light on it.
Okay, let's hear from some of the other members on this one.
I'll go.
Yes, thanks, Phil.
I think it can be somewhat different because it's supposed to be a space over a garage, right?
Yes.
So by virtue of that, that makes it somewhat different. I so appreciate the low stature. Maybe in the drawings, it appears higher than it really will feel when it's out there. And I do think it's simple. I also like it has this little bit of funk that old Natticasham Valley used to have, which the newer houses are sorely lacking because everything is so symmetrical. So I think this is okay.
Okay, thank you, Val. Diane?
Yeah, I agree. I think it is very cute and it is a guest cottage and not everybody likes to live in the one-story type of architecture, and this gives a little break. And I think it fits in, and it's not right up close next to the other house. And there's nothing particular, I think, that says you can't have something interesting. So I can't find anything that I'd say take away with it, that it would make it better. I think it's very, very nicely designed as it is. And it's not complicated. It's just got a dormer or so, and that's it. So I'll go with it.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Jesse Dutra.
I agree with what the board has said. And have nothing further.
Okay, let's let it sail then, okay?
Ethan, are the windows 2/2 in the main house?
Yes.
Okay. I have a question. Motion to approve is submitted.
There we are.
Thank you.
All those in favor of Val's motion to approve as submitted, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? I don't think so. Okay, there we go. And now Lisa is back for a couple more. Oh, Ethan, where do you go? What program do you use? DataCAD. Never heard of it. Your line weight is always fabulous on your drawings. DataCAD.
He's pretty fabulous.
From the 80s. That's funny. It's like Fortran or something like that.
Retro.
I was afraid that they didn't have the correct drawings, but they do.
Main house revisions.
All right. Where are we on the rotation? Carrie? So you'll be on both of these. So the board for Terry will be Val, Diane, Abby, myself, and Carrie for the next two.
So these are revisions to the main house at 16 Easton Street. The changes from the north elevation, or the major change is adding a stone foundation under the building, and removing one of the chimneys, and let's see what else there was. A railing detail change, a couple of fenestration changes, adding a shingled wall around the first floor deck, and some on that side, and then on the back we removed some side lights, and we relocated the back stairs to the middle of the building, and again removing the chimney and some railing changes.
Anything else?
Nope, that is it. And I understand we would have to show the smart vents, which are not shown in this foundation yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the main house infill within the Old Historic District. You probably remember the previous structure was built in the 50s called Driftwood, which replaced the 1880s gambrel that was also called Driftwood. Going back to gambrel. Staff's comments. So stone veneer in historic districts, I don't want to say I don't like it, but I will say it's appropriate within its own locations. Maybe if it's a natural stone veneer that uses real pieces of authentic stone that were used on island would be more appropriate. I'm concerned with how the structure is to be FEMA compliant with the stone veneer. Where will the water go? Where are the vents? And those type of things. I'm also curious on what this would look like without being on 3D. How is this going to look like in overall? Do we have examples in the OHD or on island, for that matter, that this is used in this? So those are my comments. HSAG provided comments. They said applied stone veneers, as shown in the supplied photos, look like pasted on veneers, not structurally stacked foundation stones. Photos illustrate that this approach doesn't work and should not be replicated. Foundation stones were normally made of rubble and were much larger and varied in shape. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Appreciate your comments.
I do want to clarify. I think there are some photos which we took from the house that's across the Easton Street Circle.
Yeah, that's not a good example, that new one.
So you're talking about on the corner of Hulbert
Yeah.
Ave and Hulbert Ave?
You mean because of the type of stone?
It looks really
Yeah. Okay,
artificial.
why don't you start?
That's my concern.
Okay.
What it's actually gonna look like if we had like a sample we could look at. Because that one is not good.
So it's not necessarily the coloration, it's the execution, because it's a 2-inch veneer stone, as opposed to if you did like a 6-inch shelf and it will look like a real stone.
Let's get clarification on it. First, I'd like to get clarification. What you're proposing, Lisa, is similar to what is on the house on the
We
corner of
use that
Hulbert and Hulbert?
we use that not for execution, but for color.
Okay, so color.
Yeah, color and type
Okay.
of stone.
And
It's
can
like a
we bring up
Connecticut field stone.
the image of with the hydrangea and the stone?
Oh, yeah, I have a photo of that if you need it.
I think it's
I
further
like
down.
the rail change. Okay.
There you go. You need to see,
Azzy, can
And
you
the
rotate to
other
that?
thing is it doesn't show like the panels.
Oh, it's in the packet. It's just further down.
Oh,
Where formerly there was piers and then,
Is this what's online?
oh, here. Sorry.
Okay, because what I'm looking at is online and
I know, well, it might have been, we had to change. I have another one if you need a second picture.
Val, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, that looks very fake.
Oh, I just missed it.
Yeah.
Those are renderings.
Yeah, this
Here,
is stone, bad stone.
do you have this one?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, a little closer.
Right here.
So what were you saying, the panels, Val?
I said it, I don't,
Yeah. This,
I don't even know what I said.
that real
Sorry.
stone or a fake stone?
Sunday. I don't, the changes to the windows, the railing, all of that, I think are okay. It's the concern with the material below, whatever the foundation's gonna be, and before, there was some relief with the piers and then the wood in between, like you could figure out the water could flow through there. What happens in this instance is my question. But basically everything else with except the material component of it is okay with me.
Okay. Diane, would you like to go?
Yeah, I have a picture of the fake stone, and I'm sort of appalled by it. I would hate to see it up as part of the chimney, which is showing that we use the same stuff.
Yes.
I think it's inappropriate, I'm sorry,
Okay.
to use that stone veneer.
This particular stone veneer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Abby?
Yeah, I'm afraid it's going to appear as a veneer and repeat itself, and it's going to be sort of cookie cutter. And I think if we're going to put it in the chimney, we should have real river stones with rounded and really look authentic,
Right.
like a. I think to do that down on the foundation with so much, the expense would be phenomenal. And I don't know, we're supposed to be thinking about how the water would flow in and out, so I don't think it's addressing that issue. So I think if you're gonna do stone up in this chimney, I'd like to see it real river rocks, done with a real masonry, and keep to the original plan of the boards for covering the foundation.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Carrie?
I agree with the others. I think it's a huge foundation, stonework. This picture is a little bit irregular, but I know that stonemasons out here, if you're using it, even with real stone, they're making them too perfect. It's
Right.
not, there's not an authenticity to even real stone being used these days. The way they're laid, it stands out as too regular. I'm against the stone, but all the other things, I'm for.
Okay. So Lisa, my comments are, I think that maybe there's a misinterpretation. The way or at least maybe it's my misinterpretation, the way I took HSAG's comments and Holly's was that the implementation is not so much the depth that makes it appear stuck on, but the fact that this looks like a vertical rendition of an apron as opposed to a structural manifestation build. It doesn't look like this foundation was put in place. And the one on Hulbert, the corners of Hulbert and Hulbert don't appear to be set up for holding a structure in place. They really just look like an apron so to that extent, it looks like it's just applied. I think that it's not appropriate for the location, and I think that chimneys, even if they are river rock, aren't appropriate for the location. I think it's a handsome look. It's and if it were implemented in a way that were to appear to be a structural application, that it would be even more successful, but I just don't think in this location. So would you like to be able to take another look at it? So we'll just
Well,
for revisions or?
I think I'd rather get everything else approved.
Okay.
So what was the original chimney that?
They were brick.
Just brick?
Yeah.
brick with-
I guess my only question would be that, you know, you're allowed to have a solid foundation with smart vents. They'll obviously be covered with a lot of landscaping, so you wouldn't really see the vents.
Oh,
But
I just wanted to speak to that. So our charge isn't to look, obviously, isn't to look into whether it's appropriate floodgates with respect to
Right.
passage. It's to just take a look at where they are, and it's not something that looks odd. I would just suggest to the commissioners that these are going to be, they're small, they're obstructed by landscape materials, and it would be appropriate to show them through staff on the final, but I don't know that we necessarily need to review them.
I just want to make the point that even though you have boards in between piers, it doesn't mean that those boards are letting water flow through. There's
Sure.
still a foundation there. It's still keeping water out of the foundation, and there's a smart fence.
But there's something about that that makes it feel like it's a house that's been lifted and it's on piers.
Yeah, no, I'm not
and-
disputing that.
Yeah,
I'm just,
so
was clarifying
maybe
that.
do stone piers.
Yeah, maybe.
and
Yeah.
something.
That's a good idea.
You know, obviously, I think I'd rather get approved what we can get approved tonight and then come back for the other things just because of the cadence between.
Yeah.
Well, so
I'm
the
getting
only,
counseled by.
the only concern, question I have is, at least in what I'm looking at online, the changes are all with respect to the chimney surface material and the foundation surface material. I don't see any other changes.
Well, no, there's some window.
There's some fenestration changes.
Window, there's
Railing.
railing change.
Okay, so this is I'm just gonna say, this is a bit of a problem if one of us is trying to view online what was in the packet, because that's not,
Oh, that's
there's
why.
nothing bubbled other than the stone foundation and the,
The hard part is not to go and defend myself, but because it takes 6 weeks to be heard, a lot of things change between time you submit and you actually get heard.
To share what you saw up on the screen we received today.
Yeah,
so the longer you have, the more changes you make later.
well, not me, my
Okay,
client.
so, okay, now that I just want
Sorry
to be
about that.
clear
I had
what,
brought smaller drawings to.
yeah, just as the person facilitating, I'm trying to be clear on what
Yeah.
it is
Oh,
we're
so you don't look at
we're
the big
approving.
drawings?
Yeah, I'm looking at what's on the screen because it's
Got it.
easier for me than trying to flip pages.
I
Can
understand.
I reiterate what Val said? That
Yeah, go ahead.
if you wanted stone, that those piers could be stone with wood boards in between?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I should take an approval that way as
Yeah.
for tonight.
And I wouldn't, I don't know what people think about the stone chimneys. I think it would tie in better if you did have, stone below.
I'd like to suggest that we do the fenestration and railing changes and we revisit, take another look at the application of the stone as piers and chimney.
Yeah, with some
Okay.
other examples.
I'll make that motion.
That's fine, and then
Okay.
maybe we can do a mock-up of this, an actual stone
Yeah.
mock-up.
Yeah.
I think
So I
we
might
should.
submit it without any photos of it, since it, again, will take a long time to get heard, and then work on the mock-up in between.
Okay,
If that's
Sounds-
fair
it
enough. I'm
sounds
not
fair
gonna
to
bring the
me.
mock-up here either, or I'll take pictures.
okay.
Mr.
And then
Chair.
on the, just first, do you want to speak on the motion before we go?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I just wanted to mention, to maybe look at our Resilient Nantucket. Just there's some examples of new construction with piers and with the
In what?
vents within
Oh,
our Resilient
Nantucket,
Nantucket.
What you
Take-
sent me today?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
So on
Super
Abby's
duper.
motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, carries
So I don't think
unanimously.
you have to go to the next application, because that was for a stone veneer on the other little building.
Okay,
Yeah, to track, is that,
the gem,
No, I have one more after that.
motion to track the,
Lisa,
It
on your-
can't track?
Hold on, everybody, please. Lisa, is this got fenestration changes too, or it's just?
No, it was just I believe it was just the foundation change.
Okay, and it can't track because the other one was approved.
Correct.
We're gonna motion to hold for revisions.
okay, so moved.
Okay. On Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And 9B,
Add stone veneer. So there's no penetration changes on the next one. It was just the stone veneer, so you might as well just.
Yeah, we just did that. Now we're talking about 9B.
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, 9B is
I'm-
raise addition Reno,
Okay, so this.
14.
Oh.
This is a
One of these guys.
reconstruction, I'm gonna say, of an existing building that was called Bowpin, and apparently, I think there was a history sent along about the house, but it was,
Is this a Kennedy?
yes.
Yeah.
I remember this way back.
So apparently it was moved up onto the bluff, and there's some pictures of it, what it used to look like, and obviously, at some point it got added, that's kind of living room, and the crow's nest got added to the back of it. So I don't think there's much of the original house, other than the parts of the front gable that are there. The massing has changed quite a bit. So we're proposing to use the footprint, which we can't really vary because of the site is close to a vegetated wetland as well as in the coastal dune. And make some massing changes to sort of simplify back to a simpler gable structure with dormers on the second floor.
Okay. Is that it?
That is it.
There's nothing, we don't have an advisory group out there yet?
We don't, Mr. Chair. I just want to mention that there is an HTC survey on file for both the structures on this lot.
Did you guys get this?
I think that was in the packet on the digital.
Linda Williams had done that.
Oh, yes.
16. Okay.
Some of the information from there.
Mr. Chair, just want to mention that it does indicate that it's contributing.
Okay, and is there anything you want to elaborate on that?
No.
Okay. Who would like to comment?
I can go.
Excellent, Abby?
I can't say like. I'm not allowed to say like.
Okay.
I have to think of a bigger word. I think it's appropriate. Just on the drawing, just on that front elevation, which I think is west, the second floor windows, do those usually go all the way up? It seems to be a little space. Is that just a drawing error? Or
Oh, you mean just having the casing touch the
Yeah,
eave? Yeah,
the
that would,
fascia.
we would
Okay.
change that.
yeah. So I think it's great. Thank you.
Okay, Diane?
Yeah, I think it fits in with Crow's Nest Way a little more than the old house did. The old house is really funky, but the rest of them aren't that bad. So I would be fine with this building.
Okay, Val?
I agree. I think it's an improvement.
Sorry. Okay. And Connie?
I have nothing additional either.
Okay, and I have nothing additional, so I would like to hear a motion, please.
Motion to approve.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Sorry,
carries
Carrie,
unanimously.
motion to approve.
Thank
So
you.
were on that. Yeah. Yes.
We will not go
I
over.
turn into a pumpkin.
Because my eyes are going to
No,
fall
no,
off my head.
we're a hard stop at 8:30. Tonight, we are a hard stop at 8:30. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, do we have anybody to rep 29 Commercial Street?
Dennis?
Yes, myself, Dennis Patnode is on, and I believe Paul Benoit is on as well, who's the architect.
Okay. All right, so we got a demo, replace like kind. Tell us all about that. Everybody, sorry, regular members on this? Yes, I believe so. Okay.
So currently,
Go ahead.
currently this property is what's known as the Ice House down at the end of Commercial Wharf. It straddles the bulkhead, which has, as you know, we've been in the process of replacing the bulkhead along Old South Wharf. This year's proposal is on Commercial Wharf, which the work is slated to start in the upcoming weeks. In order to replace the bulkhead along the end point of that wharf, this portion of the structure needs to be removed so we can drive the sheathing in. And what we're proposing to do is remove the structure, demo it, and rebuild as close to exact as possible. And I do have Paul on, as I mentioned, to explain the finished materials to keep it as like kind as possible.
Okay. I'm sorry. The name was Paul, did you say?
Paul Bollier with Main Street Architects.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, just to elaborate what Dennis was saying, the single pane windows, wood trim. We're planning on putting everything back as much as possible. We just need to move it for the sheet piling. For the driving of that, we're going to pull back just what we need to do that, and then, like you said, we're going to put back like in kind.
Okay, so I got a question for you guys.
Yes, sir.
This is going to get demolished if all goes well with this hearing, all right? It's going to get demolished, a sheet piling is going to go in, and then you're going to rebuild.
Correct.
Right?
That's correct.
What is the time frame?
It will all happen this year. So the demo will happen.
Not this calendar year, I'm sure, right?
Well, not this calendar year, no, but it would be rebuilt before season next year.
Okay, because I think one of the things might be, depending on how the board goes with this, sometimes things are supposed to be rebuilt and then they just don't get rebuilt.
Oh, yeah. No, this is a priority for us for a multitude of reasons. This is the bathrooms, the restrooms.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Yeah,
and the laundry.
Yeah, and our laundry facilities.
All right. So you need this structure, so it is going to come back.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
very
went through
good.
ZBA for temporary relocation of facilities for the winter to also go back in the spring.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I think we get a good overview of it. I'd like to hear from Holly to see what she has to say about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you all, I would assume all know, all the cottages, wharfs down on the wharf were from the late 1960s, 1970 Beinecke era, built during his reconstruction of the wharfs. So it is a contributing resource to the OHD and the National District. As from staff's perspective, this being a like-kind demo and replace, as long as every detail is exact, I have no concerns. I would appreciate, though, for the file, additional photos in color.
Yeah.
There was only one photograph and it was in black and white that was included, so I would, okay.
All right. Well,
I
we
would-
just need to make sure they're on the record.
And maybe one for every elevation. It looks like there's only two. But yes, that would be my only comment. And there were no concerns from HSAG.
Great. Okay, thanks. We'll make sure that the photographs cover every detail of the exterior of what you plan to remove. Board members, what do you think?
I'm good with it too.
Okay.
Well, I like the red doors. the
I do
lobster red.
too. I do too. Yes.
And Dennis, just
Yes,
to be
ma'am.
clear, I know it says like kind, it looks like it's showing clapboard, but that's just illustrating new siding, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
correct.
you.
Sorry about that. That was graphically on our end.
No problem.
Through you, Mr. Chair, is there a door and window schedule? This isn't in our packet online, so I can't look at it.
There is on here.
Oh, yeah, I don't get the paper one. I'm just asking, is there a door and windows? If it's going to be a like kind, I want to make sure we,
I'll take a peek.
yeah, please. Thank you. don't see
Yeah,
it.
no, it's here. A1.
Bottom corner on the right, those boxes.
Yeah.
Another postage stamp.
Yeah, so we just called, these sheets are made for 24 by 36, but we call out for the sizes that we measured in the field.
Yeah.
So that we're putting back adequately, same size doors, same size windows.
Okay, thank you. That
Very good.
addresses my concern.
Not
Okay.
a problem, sir.
All right. I think we're ready.
Motion to approve.
Sounds good. All those in favor of Abby's motion to approve this application, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? There we go. All set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
board.
Ms. Oliver, your turn.
I see some major issues.
Are you gonna run over the 8:30? If so, we gotta shut you
Last time
down.
there was a
It
big
says by
brouhaha.
HSAG, no concerns.
If we get through this one, we have 141 left.
I
No,
just
no,
see that somebody's
No.
gonna
No.
point out that you can't see the whole previous approval because it looks like it slid down on the page, so.
That's crazy.
Oh, boy.
7 North Woodbury.
Door and window changes to a previous approval.
Used to make bracelets. It's cool.
Hey, Val, I can make it easy.
Huh?
God, you brought these.
Staff has no concerns on this either.
Who?
Staff has no concerns on this either.
Oh, okay. So what's the problem, Val?
Because in the corner where I have my little postage stamp previous approval, you can't
Yeah.
see it.
Yeah.
And it looks like it slid down on the page, so I'm just pointing it out ahead of time.
Yeah, that's a grounds for us denying this application.
Previously, on the east, there were 3 windows, 2 sets of doubles, and, 2 sets of doubles and a door. We're keeping the door and would like just 1 double hung set of windows there. Up in the
Mhm.
upper part of the east, we're going to reuse a window like you see up above on the south, which is coming from the north. We're gonna move it over and reuse it there instead of a new double hung window. Adding a skylight with a wood frame on that elevation. And on the rear, replacing some windows that are there, like kind, and adding a little 3/3 where formerly there was the window we just moved to the other side, the 10 light or 8 light, whatever it was.
Just to make sure I'm not hallucinating.
Mr. Chair,
Did you say that neither you nor,
that is
Right.
correct. This is a circa 1930s spar shed. Val was before you all before with some changes. No concerns.
I thought so, great.
Gray trim red doors.
I hope so. Comments from the board?
Is good.
Good?
Motion approved is submitted.
All right, is any, oh, you know what, I gotta pull in an associate member on this one. Oh gosh, Carrie, Jesse.
Good.
Jesse's good. So there is a motion on the table to approve as submitted. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope, you got it, Val.
Thank you.
See? All right, listen, there's 4 minutes left. Should we adjourn a little bit earlier, or should we
Yes.
try one more?
No, last time.
Oh,
we did
come on.
Disaster.
Wait, somebody's saying, oh, come on.
Who is that?
No, wait.
It is a shed. Oh,
Mr. Chair, the applicant for 4 Pittman Road, she actually was on, but she couldn't stay the whole time, so she's already gone.
okay. So let's call it quits. All right, folks, sorry, we're all going home to go to bed and drink wine and stuff like that.
Not in that order.
What? Oh, minutes. Okay, so let's see. These would be the minutes of September 20th and 27th. And has somebody made a motion to approve those?
I will.
That would be Val. It's a regular board again. On Val's motion, all those in favor of approving those minutes, say aye. Any opposed?
I don't
Okay,
know
there it
if
goes.
it's even important to say, but I can't be at the meeting on Thursday.
That's okay.
All right.
Well, you know, I made a little bit of an executive decision. He's got this massive block, and I think it's going to be a little like Richmond, you know? So I just wanted to plow.
I won't be there.
It's.
I won't be there either.
I'm gonna be gone the next 2 weeks, so I'll be there.
Okay, all right. I mean, hopefully we will have a quorum and hopefully we can just sort of, go through it. It's the usual 1 o'clock at the town building. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Did we ever come to a thing about how many places we have to get into development?
Oh, God, no. And I don't think that one's going to be at our doorstep either, because that's more of like a zoning thing where you'd have to put how certain lots get certain restrictions on them?
Yeah, little development.
Got to be careful, careful. Abstract conversation. There we go. I think that's safe, but
Aye.
Jesse.
yeah.
We can't talk about it.
Okay, so there was a motion to adjourn. Was that you, Stephen? Yeah. I mean, was that you, John? John. Okay, John McLaughlin has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.